Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of our 2026 Crew Welfare Week. We hope you enjoyed the opening day, which concluded with the Crew Welfare Week Awards ceremony. As always, we have to congratulate once again the winners and the shortlisted nominees. Their dedication, initiatives, passion, and best practices are setting an important example for the entire maritime industry. Today, we turn our attention to some of the most essential pillars of the crew welfare, specifically physical wellness, mental wellness, and the wider support systems that help seafarers live and work safely at sea. Physical and mental health are not separate issues. They are deeply connected. The well-known idea of a sound mind in a sound body, anima sana in corpore sana, as the Latins used to say, remains highly relevant today, especially for seafarers working in demanding, high pressure, and often isolated environments. It is also a reminder that true well-being requires a holistic approach, one that supports both the body and the mind. Today's program will begin with a panel discussion featuring key industry stakeholders who will share their perspectives on how the sector can better support seafarers and strengthen welfare outcomes. We will then continue with focused presentations before moving on to sessions dedicated to physical and mental wellness. Later in the day, we will explore physical wellness, looking at practical ways to support healthier lives on board. This will be followed by dedicated sessions on mental wellness, where experts will discuss psychological support, resilience, and the importance of creating a more caring and inclusive maritime workplace. So let us begin by listening to the insights, experience, and recommendations of our distinguished speakers. We hope today's discussion will inspire further action and encourage all of us to keep crew welfare at the heart of the industry's progress and at the top of our agendas. Thank you very much and enjoy the sessions.
So hello, everybody, and welcome to the Industry Stakeholder Panel for Safety for Sea's Crew Welfare Week. I'm Namrata Nadkarni. I am the CEO and founder of Intent Communications and Consulting, and I'm very, very excited to be talking about crew welfare with my panel of industry stakeholders. So panelists, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, shall we start with you, John?
Hello, good morning, and everyone in the world. Nice to be here. My name is John Lloyd. I'm Chief Executive of the Nautical Institute. Looking forward to the discussions this morning.
Wonderful. David, shall we go to you next?
Hello, everyone. I'm David Parmiter, the Chair of Australian Mariners Welfare Society.
Wonderful. Nicholas?
Hello, I'm Koletsis Nikolaos, and I'm a Senior Policy Officer at the European Transport Workers Federation.
And of course, last but not least, Thomas.
Hi, everyone. My name's Thomas Boddy. I'm a policy officer at the International Chamber of Shipping.
Fantastic. So I'm sure that the audience really is paying attention to the state of our sector and all the challenges that we're facing. But if I could call on each of our panelists to talk to us about the biggest crew welfare challenges that you currently see, and if you've got any ideas on how we could address this. Thomas, you went last time, so let's go first with you this time.
No problem. Thank you. And thanks before I start for the invitation to speak on the panel today and to participate in this event. I think if I can, I'll start with just a reflection. We know 90% of global trade is carried by sea. And that trade is obviously facilitated by our seafarers. So in that way, we have a great degree of dependence on them. And I think, as with any profession, there are, of course, challenges, but I think also a great deal of opportunities as well. But specifically with respect to your question, if I had to name one thing, I think the obvious thing right now would be the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. We have 20,000 seafarers stuck, and which undoubtedly will be having an impact on mental well-being. And I think on a slightly more
not only danger, it's uncertainty as well, isn't it?
Of course, yes. And as I said, the impact on mental health, it will be profound. And I think on a slightly more focused level, among other things, I think the situation in the Persian Gulf will likely be having an impact on seafarer abandonment, which is something that at ICS we do a fair amount of work on. But it's quite difficult actually at the moment for us to be able to measure specific cases arising as a result of the instability in that region. We have the IMO abandonment database, which is really useful for us to be able to go in and get information about specific cases. And we're also given annual statistics from the ILO and IMO every year, which gives us sort of a holistic sort of large picture. But it's really hard to be able
the numbers are going up. They've been rising for a while now.
Yeah, we've seen an upward trend over really since the pandemic, which is alarming. But I think a key thing is that there's no sort of easy method for us to be able to extract filtered and focused data that relates to specific geopolitical issues or specific areas of the world. And my final point really, ICS is doing some work on an abandonment task force. It's something that we're coordinating, and we're hoping that an outcome of that would be to make the data more easily extractable, easier to customize and filter, because I think really that would be so useful for stakeholders, especially those who need to take a specific action to help resolve an abandonment case, if they're able to extract a data subset that relates to cases which require their action, whether it's in a specific part of the world or abandonment cases related to another variable.
Right. David, if I could come to you next, because obviously I know that you are very, very focused on mental health and well-being as well as part of your role. You're welcome, of course, to talk about this as an issue, but if you've got any others, please do flag them.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to participate. I agree very strongly with what Thomas said about the conflict in the Middle East and the terrible situation that has generated. And despite recent events, the risk of conflict re-emerging is always there. So it is an ongoing problem that is faced. I want to specify two issues that we're hearing anecdotally in Australia. One is concerns about fatigue. That anecdotally we hear reports that with the seafarers feel they have to do more and more with less crew and shorter time in port. So there's that aspect, fatigue seemingly becoming more of an issue, and also excessively long tours of duty. Now, I know there's a bit of an alternative view that the seafarers want to earn the money, and that's well and good. But if someone's going to be on a vessel for 9 months, that's a long time to be away from home, a long time to be away from family. And that compounds the issue of fatigue and the sense of isolation and the mental health challenges that go with that.
That makes sense. And could I ask, just because one of the questions that we did say was, do you have any ideas on how we could tackle this? Is your recommendation shorter contracts? Would it be a case of offering people contracts of various different lengths? Is there something we should be doing as a sector?
I think that, and this is something I was going to raise under one of the other questions, I think that we need to move beyond bare minimum compliance in the industry to something which is much more along the lines of what's an accepted convention or standard that should be applied. And operators, crewing agents should be measured by compliance with something above the minimum. So, I mean, that's a more of a general statement I appreciate, but I think there's more we can do to be not just relying on minimum standards, but the industry saying, let's go for a higher standard.
All right, Nicholas, let's talk to you because, of course, industry very much represented here. How do you feel about that? And also, what are you seeing in terms of the crew welfare issue?
Thank you. I fully agree with what was mentioned by David and Thomas. The situation in Hormuz is one of the most urgent issues that needs to be addressed. But also, I would like as well to mention that fatigue is also a very urgent issue, excessive workload. We all know that seafarers are legally allowed to work up to 91 hours per week. And this is allowed by the STCW rest hours regime that dominates in the industry. And fatigue is not only a welfare issue, but is also safety issue because it's directly linked with decision-making capacity. And this increases a lot the risks for accidents. And unfortunately, there are some recent very strong evidences that the insufficient rest, the disrupted sleeping patterns, long hours of working are also very much linked into serious diseases and cardiovascular problems like heart attacks. And this was mentioned recently in a report from GARD, and but also from a recent World Maritime University research that was presented in May in Brussels. There were some shocking findings, like that seafarers are working in average 75 hours per week. And also there are percentages like 53% works more than 72 hours per week, and this is far beyond what the ILO considers as a decent working time. And
that's up to the point that David made, I believe, about having fewer crew being asked to do more, right? Because of course you're going to be stressed out. Of course you're going to be tired. Of course you're going to be doing 72 hours. If you're just a small number of people, there isn't that redundancy in the team to allow somebody to take a longer break if they need it or to respond.
Yeah, it's a very serious issue because exceeds sometimes the human limits, these situations, and the time is coming for it's a critical opportunity because there will be a discussion on work and rest hours in the tripartite working group of ILO and IMO, and this is a way to have probably, or we hope to have regulatory reform on work and rest hours, that this could address a bit the situation. And of course, we can do more in as regards the burdens, the bureaucratic procedures, and the reporting obligations. Yesterday, we were in a meeting with DG Move on finding ways to reduce the administrative burden. And this can also contribute to reduce the workload for the seafarers at sea.
Understood. Thank you. So, John, over to you. What do you see? Obviously, we've talked about fatigue, we've talked about the Strait of Hormuz and that kind of uncertainty, we've talked about smaller teams. And I think yours is a particularly interesting role at the Nautical Institute, where you have members who are kind of coming into the sector as well as people who've been there for a long time. So you've got both sides of the coin.
Yes, I think there's a couple of really interesting points at the moment, and I think if we think about the hierarchy of needs, right at the foundation of people's needs is a feeling of sense and security, and at the moment, in many parts of the world, that is lacking. We've already spoken about the Straits of Hormuz, but there's been a return to piracy attacks in the Indian Ocean. There's a certain amount of uncertainty in many parts of the world from physical attacks. So, you know, that uncertainty creates an uncomfortable working environment. But also, if we think about some of the other issues, it is about the issues of criminalization and abandonment, and Thomas mentioned abandonment before, but I think there is a lot of activity that takes place to do with the carriage of cargoes, of which the ship's crews and the master are legally responsible, but actually do not have control over the detail or access to the detail. So I think that environment of uncertainty is one of the most critical aspects affecting welfare. And of course, it then feeds on to other things, which I'm sure we'll talk about in more detail, the hours of work and rest and the accuracy of recording and records and so on and so forth. But that's down in the detail. But the high level stuff is about that uncertainty and the environment in which our crews are working.
Could I actually dive in a little bit more, because I think the point that you made in terms of recording and the accuracy is something that we're actually going to see changing, because we have said, how do you think we should tackle this? It was part of the question. And I know that there is a discussion now with sort of, as we have greater digitalization and transparency, the ability to fudge the numbers, shall we say, a little bit, seems to be going down. Do we see this positively? Do we actually think it's going to be a problem?
I think David used the word anecdotal. There is some research that shows that the record keeping is not as accurate as it can be, and there's a variety of reasons for that. So I think we need to understand that more fully, because it would be wrong to point the finger here and say any particular section of the community is just lying. That would not be right.
Oh no, absolutely.
But we do need to look at it, and I think there are ways in which we can use technology to help us. Nearly all of us are wearing some sort of wearable device, which we can benchmark against our sleep patterns, our activity patterns, and so on and so forth. So that is a possibility of giving us data. Of course, there are questions to be asked around people volunteering for that and personal information and security and so on and so forth. But we've got great tools as well in terms of artificial intelligence. When we look at a trading pattern of a ship and the hours required for pilotage or standby with tugs and mooring operations and cargo operations, we can analyze that data using the technology available to us to measure it in a much more realistic way than we do. So we put a lot of effort into seeing how we can be more efficient, but I don't think we're paying enough attention to that human factor side of things as well, using that technology. And I think we could, and I think we should.
And I think that leads me quite nicely onto the next question that I'd like the panelists to talk about, which is, of course, we know that the industry is going through a challenging time. And of course, I'm not referring to the Straits of Hormuz, very challenging for sure, but we're looking at increased digitalization, we're looking at decarbonisation, we're looking at a lot of different types of changes in the sector. So actually, David, if I could call on you to talk to me about how we can train the crew for these new challenges and let's pick the energy transition. How do you think that we should be changing our approach to make sure that they actually have the skills that they need?
Look, I'll make a couple of comments, and I start by saying I'm not a seafarer, but having dealt with seafarers throughout my professional life, to be blunt, they can be very nervous about change. They can be very resistant to change. So something like this, the energy transition, is going to invite a whole series of questions. What does this mean for me? Right? So we're aware of the work that ICS is doing for the Just Energy Transition Task Force, and Thomas, the people there working on that, all power to their right arm. They think that's a hugely important project. What we'd suggest is it would be enhanced by getting input from actual on-the-job seafarers. Get their thoughts on this and how to manage that, and then close the loop with feedback to seafarers. Now, this has got to be, again, this is a very high-level statement. It's got to be managed. There's got to be a mechanism about how you control the flow of information. But I think seafarers would be a lot less stressed if they had a sense that, firstly, they were able to have some input into this process and the management of that process, and secondly, they had feedback as to how it was playing out.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And Thomas, if I could pull you in, because obviously we've talked about the work that ICS is doing, and I know you're doing a lot with seafarers in general, because of course you've got the seafarer workforce report coming out shortly, don't you?
Yes.
So let's talk about this feedback loop. Let's talk about how we're actually preparing them and what skills you think they need. Yeah.
So thanks to David for raising the Just Transition Task Force. I think it's a really valid suggestion. sort of bridging that gap between seafarers and us in the task force itself, I think is definitely something which we could explore in greater detail. I think what I would say as an initial step, one of the things we've been doing in the task force in a previous phase of its work, we produced some training frameworks for how seafarers could handle alternative fuel types from ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen. And the more recent stage of our work has been to explore how can we actually implement those training frameworks. It's not enough to just produce them and put them out there. How can we actually make sure that they get into the right hands and that they actually influence training? And one way we've looked at doing that, we had success with a Training the Trainer program, the first of which we hosted in Hong Kong in April of this year. And that program was targeted at the trainers themselves, the trainers who would be responsible for then training seafarers. And we think that that's a good way of accessing the right people and delivering the adequate training to seafarers. And so we're hoping to sort of roll out those Training the Trainer programs more widely in the coming months and years to other parts of the world.
And of course, the Just Transition Task Force, one of the things that it pointed out was that the scale of upskilling and training that needs to happen is really quite vast. I believe there was a paper put out by the task force, I know because we helped promote it at Intent, where we talked about 800,000 seafarers who were going to need support to be able to comply, to be able to handle these fuels safely. And of course, it reminds everybody of the scale at which we are going through this transition, because it's not, you can't be thinking of it in terms of just a few institutes. You're literally retraining an entire sector. John, could I pull you in? Because obviously this is something at the Nautical Institute you must be looking at really closely. And then Nicholas, I will come to you in a second.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The scale is an intimidating number. And I think it's always more difficult where you've got an ambiguous environment. And listen, we're part of the Just Transition workforce. And I think I pick up David's point about who's involved. I think that group is working hard to engage with people who have got members like ours who are seagoing and so on. There's always more that can be done. But there are a lot of uncertainties around what's the next fuel going to be. If you don't know what the next fuel is going to be, how are you going to train for it? What is the timeline for that implementation? And shipping's a competitive industry, so we are not going to waste money on doing training that we might not need. So I think we're in this rather challenging period of looking for a little bit more certainty, identifying what the next generation of fuels will be. And of course, there's a lead time from designing the ships, building the ships and putting them into service. So we have got a big challenge in terms of numbers. I think we need to have the training commitment pipeline ready in terms of the right resources in the right places so that we can do that training when we need to enliven it. But I don't think anyone's going to jump the gun on this. It will be targeted training at the time that it's needed, but it needs to be thorough and it needs to be practical. This is not something you can't train for an emergency response behind a computer screen for the next generation of fuels. We need to have people properly trained and ready to carry them in a safe way.
I think also part of the complexity, this the conversation we've been having about certainty with the new generation of fuels, is that there isn't going to be a single new fuel. There isn't a like-for-like replacement, right? We're likely to see a multi-fuel future. This is definitely something the IMO is talking about, and you're likely to see pockets of specific fuels on either specific vessels or in specific geographies around the world. So again, the requirement to prepare to make sure everything is of quality, so you don't end up with like little pockets where seafarers aren't given the skills that they need to safely handle something. Very, very important, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I think if you think about the green corridors, which people are talking about, I think that some of those may be segmented by different fuel types. You'll have shorter sea trades, perhaps relying more on electricity or recharging. But I think as we go through this journey, we might find solutions we don't know are existing yet. in terms of our adaptation to the next generation of fuels and the proportion of ships. And I think it's also important we don't take our eye off the ball of doing as much as we can anyway. Cleaner hulls, for example, efficient planning, notices of readiness, and all the rest of it. So we need to move forward both on the big steps forward in terms of the next generation of fuels, the skills required, but also let's not lose sight of today's problems as well.
Nicholas, could I pull you in to talk about how you think we're currently training and whether there are gaps that we really should be addressing urgently? I think you're on mute, Nicholas.
Sorry. Allow me to start from what you mentioned, that we have this uncertainty on fuels and technology. It's not only that, we have also the paradox and the uncertainty regarding training, because we have the training providers from the one side that are expecting the regulators to define the training requirements, and the opposite. The regulators are expecting the maritime training providers to make some curricula by themselves and start.
The catch-22, isn't it?
Yeah, it's this makes the industry to go in a slow pace, and I believe that collaboration is the best way to fill that gap. Collaboration between the stakeholders, the training providers, and we have best practices in the industry like the Maritime Disaster Transition Task Force. But also in European level, we have a best practice with the European Maritime Skills Forum that we have established jointly with our social partner, with the European ship owners. Is a joint initiative supported by the Commission. And we are working in 3 different work streams: the green skills, the digital skills, but also with the soft skills. I don't like the word soft skills. I could say more it's
human skills,
personal skills or something else, because they are not soft at all. And we are having some very interesting work in progress. So I believe that the stakeholders, when they come together and collaborate, can fill some gaps, because we have a lot of specificities, we have a lot of parameters that are slowing down, uncertainties, and so the collaboration, I believe, that can address many of these gaps and make the industry go a bit faster.
Well, I think that actually ties in quite nicely with David's point, right, where he was just like, we actually, if you are collaboration, we require pulling in those seafarer voices to make sure that we're doing that feedback loop. David, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to add to what you've heard now.
Thank you, but I think the discussion's nailed the central point, and I think what John said was truly significant in that there is a lot of uncertainty, and it's how we sort of reduce that level of uncertainty and get a little bit more clarity around these issues, which is going to be the biggest challenge.
It's an ongoing uncertainty, right? Because seafarers have already, and we've talked about mental health, we've talked about fatigue, we talked about the pandemic, where people were not sure if they were actually going to physically be able to get onto ships themselves, and they weren't sure of getting that sea time in that they needed. And now we're complicating things digitally and, of course, on the decarbonisation front. So it is a challenging era that we are in. So let's actually talk about the future workforce. And I'm really, really curious as to how we can make sure, one of the speakers talked about the fact that we are competitive, we're not going to waste money. So we want the best, we want the brightest. How are we going to pull these individuals in? How are we going to make sure that we're attracting people of all ages, people with different skills, people across the gender spectrum? How are we going to make sure that we get the brightest minds and the most skilled talents in the room? And I know that I often going in order. So Nicholas, I'm going to pull you in, and then Thomas, I'm going to come to you in a sec.
Not to forget to unmute myself. I'm
just trying very hard not to leave everybody to be last after everyone gets all the good points, and then you have to scramble.
Yeah, I think that in the industry we have a broad degree of consensus. We all know what is going wrong, and more or less we know how to address some areas that needs urgent action from our side. The problem is that the pace of the changes is very slow in my view, and I believe that if we fix the conditions, then we will fix the attractiveness, and we can address what the people are expecting from the industry.
To do the build
It's
it and
simple.
they become Field of Dreams version.
Yeah, it's simple as that in my point of view, because if we offer good works, good working conditions, strong protections, and career prospects for everybody, there are many things that we can work and to make the profession more attractive. And this is a very crucial point, because we were discussing about training and skills. Even if we create the best and the most modern training system, it cannot function without people. And here we have a retention and recruitment crisis in the industry. It is very important to address it. People are crucial, and we cannot offer at the end top skills without offering good jobs and strong career prospects. So all these things are interlinked, and we need to work very closely with these issues, because if we focus on only one of these without taking into account the other things that are linked, then the effort will not be successful. So it's something very
holistic approach.
Yeah. It's but in general, I feel like simply that if we fix the conditions, we can fix the attractiveness. We must start from this.
So, Thomas, can I pull you in to check if you agree? And of course, having done the recent workforce review, are you seeing that we are making progress on any of the points? Do you have any specific points that you think that we really should be focused on?
Yeah, I think all of the things that we're discussing today, which impact seafarer welfare, naturally have an impact on recruitment and retention as well. And I think, Namrata, I think you mentioned the workforce report, which obviously we produce in collaboration with BIMCO, and that comes out every 5 years. The latest version is due to be released imminently. And in that new version, it sort of echoes the findings of our previous one, that we are facing a shortage of qualified seafarers. And I think in the previous report as well, on a more focused level, one of our findings was that women comprised only 2% of the world's nearly 2 million seafarers at that time. So I think if we want to resist this forecasted shortage in seafarers, we probably also need to improve our reach to underrepresented demographics.
Yes.
In other words, unlocking previously untapped talent. And I think one way of doing this is to focus our efforts on tackling issues which impact women and other groups vulnerable to discrimination disproportionately. And we've done some work on that in the ILO, at the most recent review of the MLC, and in our own internal publications as well. So I think really, if we can focus our efforts on tackling those issues, we'll make the industry much more appealing to a wider range of demographics.
David, can I pull you in to talk about that, and whether you think that we are making progress? Because obviously you're getting a lot, you would be getting at the sharp end of this, right? With people saying, this is what we're struggling with, and we are thinking of leaving, or I'm really enjoying this, and this is what's holding me there.
Well, look, I think there's a couple of issues at play here. The first one is if you take the circumstances seafarers have faced over the last 5-6 years, with COVID and now with conflict around the world, and John made a reference to piracy increasing, it's going to create a situation where a lot of seafarers will say, I don't want to keep doing this. It's too stressful. It's too much stress for my family. So we not only have a shortage of seafarers, there's a risk of seafarers not wanting to continue that career. So it becomes critical that we encourage as many people as we can to work in the industry. I agree strongly with Thomas that we need to broaden the pool of people that the industry recruits from. And I think the challenge for operators, and I come from a ship operating background professionally, is that you've got to look upon this as an opportunity, not a burden. So to have a diverse workforce, to have not just people from different ethnicities, but a growing number of women in the workforce is not something that you should say, oh God, this is why are we stuck with this? Welcome it as an opportunity to address a problem and make your business more effective. A critical aspect of that, and I'll stop on this point, is connectivity. Connectivity should not be a gift. It should not be a few, baubles that are given out by some generous person. It should be a right. And you won't have seafarers staying on ships unless they have that connectivity.
Well, you can't isolate them. And I will say, just for anybody who is thinking about how to get more women on board your ships, at the IMO recently for the International Day of Women in Maritime, they actually released a gender guidebook, which has practical tips. And I believe the recording of that session is available online as well. And one of the companies, their Hafnia, specifically talked about their success in recruiting women and the feedback loops that they have to make sure that women who are being brought into their organizations are then set up for success because they're able to contribute to shaping the environment in which they can then thrive. And John, I know that the Nautical Institute's been really, really active in trying to diversify not just your membership but also the sector in general, and you have arms all over the world. Let's talk about this undertapped demographic, not just women, but people of other ethnicities, etc. How do you think we should be tackling it, and where are we getting it right as well?
Yeah, I think going back to the core question of how do we address that supply of expertise, I think for me there are three key things which I think we should address. One of which is image. The next of which is opportunity, and the third of which is honesty. And just to consider those in a tiny little bit more detail, if we continue, which we do, to present a negative image of the industry, we will not attract the best talent. Of course, you're not going to attract the best talent if you're telling us this is a rubbish, dangerous place to be. Now, that doesn't mean we haven't got things to address. Of course we have, and we must work harder at that in terms of better policies, better enforcement, better expectation. But we also have a really important industry. We opened the exchange by saying world trade doesn't happen without this sector. It is the most important sector on the planet. So we have new ships, we have great technology, we have great people, we have great explorers, we have superb opportunities. That needs to be part of the message as well. So creating that positive image, not just the oil spills, the collisions, the damaged bridges and the loss of life. So we need to balance that a little bit better. That's the image side of it. In terms of opportunity, absolutely. Race, gender, flexible working opportunities, proper PPE equipment on board that is respectful of the fact that people are coming from many different backgrounds, different sizes, different expectations, and so on and so forth, catering and so on. Opportunities in shorter sea, longer sea that meet personal circumstances. So greater flexibility in terms of providing opportunity. But the third one is honesty. And let us not pretend this is a 9-to-5 job. This is a different sort of job. You will be displaced from your friends and family. You will have communication issues, things which we should continue to make better. But if we just turn around and pretend to the next people, oh, just do this for a couple of years and everything will be fine. It is a challenging environment. It should be a challenging environment. It requires commitment and high professional standards, but we need to create that open communication to the people who might be interested in that. So for me, those are three of the important building blocks.
And I think also there's modernization, right, that's coming into it in general, and this is for all panelists. Don't worry, it's not just to push back on you, John. But I was just thinking about this in terms of, David, your point about connectivity being a right. This idea that, in previous years, the ship would effectively sail off and then it was a kingdom in itself, right? And you left everybody on shore, and that's not true anymore. People are expected to, even on this call, we're all dialing in from different bits of the world, and we're doing different things. We are such an international industry, and if we are truly recruiting, absolutely, to your point, John, we need to be honest about what they can expect, but then also we need to make sure that the opportunities that we're offering are really meaningful, and whether that's financial, whether that's travel, whether that's career, Nicholas, to your point, to make sure that people see a future in our sector. Very, very, very important. Is there anything that we should be doing? And kind of coming back, Thomas, to you, to strengthen global crew welfare standards?
Well, I think an example of maybe where I mentioned in my answer just now, work we did in ILO with respect to trying to tackle some of the issues which are disproportionately affecting some of these demographics that we're trying to attract into the industry. I think violence and harassment is a key area of concern. We produce alongside ITF a guidance on bullying and harassment and violence and harassment. And at the most recent meeting of the Special Tripartite Committee at ILO, which works to update the MLC, we were able to introduce new provisions which protect seafarers against violence and harassment on board ships. And we were requested at that same meeting to review our guidance on violence and harassment in order to take account of those new provisions. So I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. I think there's more that can be done in the regulatory landscape to tackle that issue, but I think it's a positive move in the right direction.
I'm also going to jump in quickly and say, there are charities that are doing fantastic work, Safer Waves, neurodiversity at sea. There's lots of ways in which we're pulling in stuff, and I'm a little bit biased about this because I have said this before on this thing, which is that I wish that the sector was doing so much that we didn't need the charities to effectively pick up the pieces. So David, if I could come to you, I think you have made this point before. So I was like, I felt an echo from a previous conversation.
Well, isn't there a theory in management that you should be evolving to a stage where you don't need your job doesn't need to exist anymore? Look, it's a very telling point you make, and time and time again we get frustrated because for all the operators that are doing the right thing, and I came from a company which I always felt tried to do the right thing by our sea staff. There are people who aren't doing it. And it's because of issues like that, or because of a COVID outbreak, or because of a conflict in the world, the charities still need to be there. What we're seeing,
I'm not suggesting we get rid of them. I just wish they had to do less.
Yes. What I just say, what we're seeing in this part of the world is a debate about how you fund those service providers. Whether there should be a levy on industry to support the mission to seafarers or Stella Maris, for example. Now, that's a whole separate discussion, which I don't have time to go through today, but I just make that point. There's a view in certain circles, you should ensure that those people who are motivated with the best intentions, usually the faith-based providers, give them the resources they need to be successful. Because in the absence of that, a lot of seafarers are not getting the support they need.
That makes sense. And of course, if people aren't being funded and they're doing it out of their own interest, you have a variety of interests for people to be active in that space. And as a sector, if the charities are kind of picking up pieces, there should be consistency in the level of support. John, could I come to you to talk about global standards, because that consistency is required, and that's something that I know the Nautical Institute has tried to put into place across your various branches as well.
Yes, I think when we talk about the pillars of the maritime community, the latest one to be added, of course, is the Maritime Labour Convention, and as such is relatively new, and I think we haven't fully matured its implementation and its monitoring and its control. I know it's just coming up for some important revisions. I think that that they're important to grasp and engage with. But when we look at its implementation and the inspections and so on, I'm not sure the appetite's as strong as it could be for enforcement. When you've got a dodgy lifeboat or something under SOLAS, it's very black and white that you can do something about it and detain it. And I think we need to be have better training in terms of people doing MLC inspections and a more robust framework that people can implement it on a consistent manner, in a consistent manner. Because if you don't do it consistently, you just disadvantaging one sector of the community. So I do think it should be more robust. I think it is good to modernise it, but I think it's been a great step forward in terms of an opportunity of doing things better. And as I think David was saying, if we get the industry to do it right, we'd need less of the charitable inputs to support it.
And of course, it would be remiss of us on this call not to be talking about the fact that in addition to the MLC, obviously coming through revisions, STCW is being revamped, and we're looking at different standards across there. So just making sure that that's on everybody's radar. Nicholas, could I pull you in to talk about global standards and how you feel that we should be trying to set something up that would ensure for such an international sector, you could expect the same level of crew welfare across the globe?
Yes, it's a very crucial thing. We are an international industry. Regional measures usually are not good for the industry. We have a lot of examples. Also, I would like to underline that the organizers very correctly framed the discussion today by mentioning that the industry should not only meet the necessary requirements but also exceed minimum standards. This is very important also for the industry, because we should not forget that the MLC is very important. It's giving the critical framework for the industry, but MLC and the IMO instruments are the minimum standards, is the floor, not the ceiling. And here we need a vision, because we discussed already so many issues. There are so many things that I'm going from one thing, sorry for that. It is also shore leave restriction that we didn't discuss much. That is also a very important issue that needs to be addressed. There are so many issues that we need to address urgently, that we need to have a vision. Otherwise, it cannot work.
Check, because I'm pretty sure some of the people on this call have a vision. Does anybody have a vision in terms of what you would like to see, that you would want to perhaps share? John, I think I see you putting your hand up. Was that?
Oh, that was a pause becoming the thinker. But listen, I think, if we want to make things better, and of course we do, it's about what are the constructs to make things better. And we haven't mentioned much, but actually underpinning better stuff is a better culture. And to me, it seems that one of the key enablers to make things a lot better is continuity of employment, where we recreate the environment where people go to a company to work for a reasonable length of time. I think the voyage by voyage contracts may be attractive to some, but I think there are some inherent problems with it. One of which is where's the security of employment? Have you got a relationship with your employer? Do the people who you're working for understand you as an individual, not just you as a qualified person? And what does that mean?
Thomas just nodding along and being like, yes. Exactly.
But it's also a two-way street, because if you know your crews, you know where they need investing in for training, and as you invest in them and they become better at their job, they become more efficient, they become safer, and so on. So that investment becomes a long-term reward for the employer as well. So I think it is trying where we can to shift away from that voyage by voyage and create more of a proper employment, like most of us would have, between our employers and us as individuals. And that's quite a big change, I think.
I think so. And I think it's one of my favorite things about maritime is the relationships that we have, right? It's for a global sector, we all know each other and we see each other around the world, and we share a lot of the same pain points and a lot of the same opportunities and victories, because it's so cohesive. So I think it is really interesting where what you're talking about effectively is that long-term relationship, even with the seafarers and with your employer. It's that building trust and building certainty.
We are a people organization. We are a people community, and technology will help us be better, but people will continue to make the decisions.
David or Thomas, either one of you want to add something, or should we?
I'll just make one very quick comment, and touching upon something John said, that it reminded me of a conversation I had some years ago with a charterer, who said the reason why we look at your safety statistics first is if your looking after your people, you must be doing something right. And I think that really was a light bulb moment for me, because it reinforced the point that doing the right thing, investing in your people, investing in a viable safety culture would give you credibility in the marketplace. Now, that's not, no, I don't want to get overly sentimental. We know it's a commercial business. We know people have got cost pressures. But I think there's a huge importance in investing in your sea staff and getting the rewards that go with that.
And I think it's the fact that it's very easy to say, hey, I need a new ballast water system, or hey, I need a new piece of kit. And then in humans, it's very difficult to know what it is until you have an incident, right? But actually, if you've got systems where people feel able to talk about it, people able to challenge something that they don't think is working, you have that welfare and that well-being. It's a two-way street. The chances of your organization benefiting from it are huge.
Yes, yes, that's right.
So we've talked about the good bits, we've talked about what we need to do. Let's talk about an uncomfortable truth in our sector that we are perhaps, we're ignoring, because I want to make sure that people on this, people who are our audience, who are with us today, know that we're not just, glossing over things. What is an uncomfortable truth that you think our industry needs to really tackle? Thomas, I'm going to come to you first. So I'm warning you now so you can prepare. Mm-hmm. But what's an uncomfortable truth that we as a sector should be tackling, and how can we do something about it? Thomas, over to you.
Well, I think with respect to uncomfortable truths, what I would say is that I think we've greatly improved our ability to communicate, collaborate, and understand welfare issues since the pandemic. I think the relationship we were talking about the relationship between the ship owner and the seafarer. I think that is better now, and that's something which has probably been facilitated by the common problem of the crew change crisis. I think that definitely helped to bring us closer together. So maybe not an explicit uncomfortable truth, but I would definitely say there are certainly some difficult areas where common ground still needs to be found. And I think an example of that, an explicit example would be when we were at in the ILO in April last year for the MLC review. We pushed quite hard alongside ITF to try and make sure that seafarers would be designated as key workers, which would therefore improve their freedom of movement in times of international crises like the pandemic. We pushed for that to be a mandatory provision, but governments were only willing to go as far as to accept that as a non-mandatory aspect to the MLC. So I think that's something we can continue to push for jointly with our social partners in ITF, in the hope that eventually we can make that a mandatory aspect to the MLC and seafarers can be afforded the protections that come with being considered key workers.
Nicholas, could I come to you next for what you think is an uncomfortable truth for our sector? I'm going to encourage you to unmute.
Yes, sorry. The inconvenient truth for me is that in every crisis and in every occasion, in every international day, we are praising seafarers for their resilience, for their heroic efforts to make world moving, to keep the supply chains open. But when the time comes to decisions, to have decisions like the designation of key workers, like deciding to reduce the work hours, so many decisions that could give an impact to the industry, we are hesitant. The pace of changes are slow. Sometimes we are treating the welfare as a cost and not as a strategic investment. This is an inconvenient truth for me, because the International Day of the Seafarer will come and everybody will say many nice things about seafarers. But when the next crisis arrives again, we will face the same problems, and this is a pity. We need to be more prepared. We need to do more to be ready, to have a degree of readiness for the next crisis, because the world is in a manner now things are very strange.
We live in interesting times.
Yeah. The challenges are huge, so we need to work a bit to get a bit more prepared.
I think it's a very, very good point that you make of we should not be taking our seafarers for granted, because if we can trust them to be resilient, then we don't have to do the work of preparing as much. But it is a two-way street, and we should be taking care of them. David, could I come to you?
Well, look, the issue I'm going to raise is, again, perhaps something that's worthy of a whole separate discussion. But what concerns us is the existence of the shadow or dark fleet of vessels that are avoiding sanctions. What is the status of the seafarers on these vessels? If there's false flags, if there's no genuine certification, if there's no insurances, what is their position? Have they been made aware of the circumstances they find themselves in? It's a very disturbing situation, and I got a report here from earlier in the year which estimated 20% of the world's tankers fall within this dark fleet. Now, that's a staggering number. Now, I can't vouchsafe the accuracy of that, but it goes to the potential scale of this problem. And look, it's beyond, I think, the capabilities of us in this group to come up with a solution to that. But I think there's a terrible situation with the seafarers on those vessels, which is we're not really being able to get to grips with at all.
I think it's an interesting point, because technically the technology to track ships is there, right? We've got satellites, we should be able to track them. The uncomfortable truth that I think that we're sitting with is it's not always in the best interests of everyone involved to do so. Yes. And I get it. Energy is something which everybody depends on, and nation states are going to have to watch out for their people. There are whole different conversations about that. But no, I think it's really, really, important that we sort this. And I think you're right. For people who find themselves caught up in it, it's a very challenging situation.
Yes.
John, if I could come to you.
I want to try and link this to opportunity, because an uncomfortable truth.
An uncomfortable situation linked to opportunity.
Well, I think so, because I think if we stick with uncomfortable, it kind of leads into the negative connotations about the industry. What we can do is to look at the opportunity. But I think the uncomfortable truth is that if you want to do something well, and if you want it to have good quality, then you can't do it cheaply. And the uncomfortable truth for ship operations is the fact that we need to be better at squaring that circle. And if our constant drive is to find the cheapest possible solution, we are unlikely to find the best possible solution. So the uncomfortable bit is about finding a better solution to that. And I believe there's great opportunity there to create safer shipping, more environmentally aware, safer shipping, and better qualified people to do that. But you can't do it on the cheap. So we've got to find a way to square that.
Absolutely. And I think an interesting uncomfortable truth for me, I'm happily going to contribute, is one in which we talk about ourselves as a sector as one which is very challenging, right? We talk about there's a huge technical skill requirement to kind of come in, particularly if you're a seafarer. But even if you're on shore, you're dealing with global trade. It's very quick moving. We're being agile. And at the same time, we then complain, to your point, John, about not having the best and not creating this narrative of actually, we are also awesome. You can't be both a really, really challenging sector in which you can expect to have a stressful career and then say, why aren't we having more people excited about being stressed, right? It kind of answers itself. So I think absolutely the uncomfortable truth is that we need to accept that we are technically challenging, but we also need to emphasize that opportunity far more just as part of the same sentence rather than as an add-on or two different conversations.
Yes, and I think what would underpin that effectively is communication and understanding. It goes back to the cultural aspects of communications. It goes back to relationship management, and that's not just between master and deckhand, but it's also between the shore and the ship, so that we've got better shared understandings and a shared vision of what we're trying to do and the standards to which we're trying to deliver it.
Right. So we're coming to the end of this of the conversation, and thank you to the audience who's been with us the whole time. But before I let my wonderful panelists go, I just wanted to give them the opportunity to say something to the audience, that if you could summarize a point that you really want them to sit with at the end of this conversation, what would it be? And Nicholas, shall we start with you, and then David, I'm coming to you.
Thank you. I would say with what I was mentioned previously as the inconvenient truth that the seafarers are always there. We should not take them for granted, and they deserve from us to do more. We don't have to complete a tick the box exercise. We need to be meaningful. We need to take a drastic and work a bit out of the box. And the most important, good collaboration. I think it's the key in order to address solutions. So good collaboration, and always to involve the crew into the discussion, because solutions without without listening to what the seafarers are having to say are not workable.
Perfect, Nicholas. David, over to you. What would you like people to leave kind of thinking as your message?
Well, in an industry where there's so much negativity, there's so much adverse reporting, we only get in the mainstream media when there's bad news. My message to people is, this is a great industry. I'm thrilled that I had a career in shipping, and I've met so many fantastic people, both locally and around the world. And there are great career opportunities. So if people are thinking of a career at sea, you should pursue that, because you don't know where it's going to end. And there is a positive message to give people. For all the challenges we have, there will always be a need for seafarers on ships. And that's going to be critical way into the future.
John, if I could come to you, because then I'm going to let Thomas have the last point.
Yes, I think there are three things here. To the world, our seafarers are the people that bring your comfort, your prosperity, your safety and security. By enabling world trade, they are absolutely central to the way that our society works. And it would be great if you, the world, understood that. To employers, your success is dependent upon your people. And if you look after them, then they're much more likely to look after you and your needs. And to the individual seafarers, you are the key workers, whether designated or not. You are the people that keep these cogs turning. We are grateful, and we hope that you will continue to have safety, security, and opportunity within the sector.
Fantastic. Thomas, I'm not sure how you're going to follow that one, but please do.
Well, I think maybe I'll try and come full circle. I think the first thing I mentioned was to highlight the impact of the situation in the Middle East on seafarer welfare. And I think the point I would make is, I think that instability highlights that seafarers are vulnerable to decisions taken outside of the maritime sector. And so I think it's in our continued efforts to improve and protect seafarer welfare. I think it's important that we strive to reach and influence political leaders and decision makers at a more general government level, and that we sort of try to avoid falling into sort of a sector specific echo chamber. That would be my key message.
Absolutely, and it makes total sense. If we want to be heard by the world, we have to shout. Absolutely, completely understand. My big takeaway, and one that I hope the audience will look at, is the fact that improving the culture at your organization is going to benefit everybody. It's going to benefit your workers, but it's going to benefit you. It's going to create a positive reputation for you in the sector. And I would also point out that a lot of the methods that you could do to improve your culture, already there is information about them. A lot of the charities, a lot of the research, talking about PPE of different sizes, talking about making sure that you have an inclusive and diverse workforce, making sure that your leadership is diverse. All of this, and not just gender diversity, but neurodiversity, that sort of thing. Every single one of us will benefit. And it will it can make a tangible difference. So with that, there's nothing left for me to thank my wonderful speakers. Thank you to all of you for the wonderful points you made. And a reminder to everybody that we did talk about fatigue as well at the start of this conversation, and that remains a fundamental issue in terms of well-being and welfare as well. So I'm sure there are resources for that. But thank you very, very much for joining us. And thank you to the Safety for Sea team for inviting all of us to have this important conversation as part of this week.
Thanks, Marta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kasper Nielsen. I'm from the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network, or MACN in short, and I lead our work in Europe and the Middle East. My role is to support our industry members and seafarers in managing the risk of maritime corruption in ports across the region. But first, let me mention that MACN is very honored to receive the 2026 Crew Welfare Award for a non-profit organization in recognition of our anti-corruption help desk. So thank you very much, and we are very grateful to Safety for Sea and everyone who supported and voted for us. I have 10 minutes to give you an introduction to corruption in port operation and explain how MACN work with the industry to reduce it. So to begin, anti-corruption may sound like a compliance issue. But as a master mariner and former seafarer myself, I can say that corruption or corrupt demands in port are often very stressful for the crews. Seafarers may be pressured by officials, threatening with delays, asked for unofficial payments, or put in situations where safe operations are affected. And this is why we see corruption not as a business integrity issue, not only as a business integrity issue, but also as a crew welfare and resilience issue. MACN is a global alliance of more than 230 maritime companies. We work with our members, governments, civil society, local partners, and the wider maritime industry to tackle corruption and strengthen integrity in port operations. The companies that you see on the screen is only a subset of our members who have all pledged to join forces across the value chain to say no to corruption. So why does collective action matter? Because no single master or company can solve corruption alone. When corrupt demands are ingrained into port operation, the solution has to be collective. So MACN collects corruption data and bringing together industry experience and government engagement to make port calls more transparent, more predictable, and safer. And importantly, this is not about blaming seafarers for the choices they face. It's about making sure that they're not left alone on the front line. Since 2011, MACN has collected anonymous reports of corrupt demands from seafarers and companies. And today, the incident map that you see on the screen includes more than 71,000 reports worldwide. The bigger the blue circle, the more incidents, which make the hotspots stand out. And it is almost certainly only the tip of the iceberg, because underreporting remains a major challenge to understand the full picture. Even so, the volume of data makes it useful. It turns corruption from a perception or a story from the sea into evidence that can inform decision-making and support MACN's engagement with governments and port authorities. It is important to note that this data only shows reported demands, but it does not tell us whether the demand was paid, rejected successfully, or handled in some other way. However, each report reflects a moment when someone on board asked for cash payments, cigarettes, gifts, or something of value for personal gain, often with an implied consequence if rejected. Many seafarers will still worry about repercussions from local authorities, also commercial delays or criticism from within their own organization. So let me bring this down to the level of a single port call. The following is feedback from a captain after leaving a port in what we consider a high-risk country. The first message was straightforward. The pilot would not board his vessel unless 2 cartons of cigarettes were sent to the pilot boat. That may sound minor, but for the master, it is not about the cigarettes. The vessel is approaching port, and safe navigation depends on the pilot boarding, and the crew is getting ready for operations, and time, safety, and commercial pressure are all hitting at once. When the pilot came to the bridge, the captain could see that he was not focused on safe navigation. He first asked for $200. The master refused, and after negotiation, the demand was settled to 14 cartons of cigarettes, 10 for the pilot, 2 for the tugs, and 2 for the mooring gang. All of this was happening while the vessel was making its final approach into port. And while approaching the port, the tugs refused to pick up the lines unless they were giving cigarettes. And then the agent asked for 15 cartons of cigarettes for immigration, customs, and other officials. And when it was time for departure, more cigarettes were requested for the tugs, the pilot boat, and the pilot. This example shows the dilemma very clearly. For a seafarer, the easiest response can seem to be giving what is asked for just to avoid delays, conflict, or unsafe conditions. But that does not solve the problem. It only makes these demands seem normal, and each time they are likely to increase. So why should we do anything about this? Well, the answer has become clear. First, because corruption makes port operations less predictable and can undermine safety by increasing the risk of human error. Second, because corruption is illegal in almost every country. It creates legal risk and can seriously damage a company's reputation. Third, because corruption is expensive for society as a whole. MACN's 2024 study found that in Nigeria, maritime corruption can add 15% to the overall cost of doing business through both indirect and direct costs. And finally, because this is simply not the way we do business anymore in the 21st century. That is what we hear from senior leaders across the industry. So what do we do? The MACN Help Desk was created to support seafarers and companies in exactly these kinds of situations. Let me explain. First, the Help Desk is a preparation tool. Before calling a high-risk country, a captain can send MACN a pre-arrival notification, or PAN, and in return, the Help Desk provides country-specific guidance to help the crew and vessel prepare and reduce the risk of corrupt demands. That includes tools and guidance for the captain on how to limit opportunities for corrupt demands before arrival, and practical advice on how to respond if demands do happen. And in certain countries, the help desk also provides real-time escalation. That means corrupt demands can be reported safely and addressed through MACN's official collaboration with local authorities. This helps reduce direct confrontation with the master and the crew. The first MACN help desk was launched in Nigeria in 2019. And since then, the model has expanded to India, Egypt, Ukraine, always in close collaboration with national authorities and the maritime industry. The help desk has helped thousands of vessels prepare for port calls and has supported the resolution of more than 200 corruption incidents. Most importantly, it has helped protect seafarers in difficult situations while also preventing delays and costs. Crew welfare and resilience are not about what happens on board. Are not only about what happens on board. They also depend on the systems around the vessel and whether those systems support seafarers or leave them alone. We are not going to eliminate maritime corruption overnight, but the feedback we are receiving from seafarers tells us that we are moving in the right direction. So our message is simple. Seafarers should not have to face corruption alone. Through collective action, preparation, reporting, and support on the ground, we can make port operations safer, more predictable, and more respectful for the people on the front line. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kobi Sela. I am the CEO of Agua. Agua provides a very innovative cabinet based on hydroponics with AI capabilities that allows the growth of fresh green vegetables in the site of consumption. In this case, the cabinet is at sea and is continuously growing fresh green vegetables for the seafarers and the crew. The topic of the discussion we wanted to cover today is looking into the aspects of nutrition and examining it from a performance and resilience aspect, especially when it comes to safety. Of course, food shapes fatigue, alertness, and mood, etc. Our goal here is to understand exactly how can we better use or monitor nutrition to really learn how to improve functionality based on measurements and accuracy here. So as Agua sees it, rest and exercise are already very closely monitored as a part of making sure that the crew is functioning correctly and is trying to be prone to safety challenges. We believe that nutrition should be measured and monitored in a very similar way. Of course, nutrition and catering services are regarded as a welfare aspect of things. And of course, this element is relevant. But as we see it, nutrition belongs very much like fatigue and alertness in a measure of its own. If you look at the correlation between nutrition and the monitored aspects that are already there. So with poor nutrition, especially if you have gaps, then fatigue comes in and kicks out and is much more challenging to control. And that compounds the physical tardiness between watches. Alertness is very much linked to blood glucose variety, and poor dietary conditions are reducing or changing very rapidly the glucose level in the blood, which really affects the alertness. Mood, of course, is also related to vitamins and minerals that can be consumed, or should be consumed. And of course, judgment calls, especially on long shifts, cognitive performance degrades without the consistent nutrient support. So there's quite a lot of elements within the functionality of a vessel that relate to nutrition just as much as monitoring rest and exercise. From the nutrition perspective, a very, very important element of the dietary produce that we're talking about are fresh vegetables, especially fresh leafy green vegetables. These are varieties that on one hand have an amazing concentration of minerals and vitamins, and on the other hand can really change the way in which the dishes look like and taste, and can really allow the catering to be more interesting, more healthy, and much more attractive to the seafarer. So this is the most complete aspect that is should be added into the nutritional aspect of how we feed the seafarers. The challenge here is that typically fresh food runs out within 5 to 7 days after leaving port. That is the amount of time it takes for the fresh produce to drop in taste because of the fact that it is already quite a lot of time being refrigerated and was actually harvested a long time ago. And of course, over that time, the nutritional elements degrade over time. The vitamins degrade, the minerals do. So that defaults the crew for long voyages back to frozen, preserved, or canned food, often for months on end. And so this is what we are trying to address. Fresh food degrades very quickly because of several elements. First, we have to have it refrigerated over time. The amount of refrigerated storage space within a vessel is limited. And even within that refrigerated space, if it is available, spoilage and humidity kick in, temperature fluctuations, accelerated decay at sea. And so it is very challenging to maintain it. In addition, the fact that you source these elements across different ports and each one of them would have a different quality and taste are also significantly challenging. So we see that the alternative of adding such nutrients, fresh green nutrients, into the food supply is very challenging in that regard, not only from the point of maintaining them within the vessel, but also from the point of procuring them in a consistent manner over time. That gap is quite significant. If you limit yourself to food that is frozen, processed, canned, and you do not have the means to diversify it and fortify it with the right fresh ingredients, then there's multiple impacts. First of all, of course, health. There's about 70% of seafarers today are overweight. That is a very significant percentage. So health and is a very, very important factor here. Micronutrient deficiencies, weakened immune system, and also potential slower recovery from illness or injury are very, very important impacts that will happen if your fresh food gap is significant. Morale is also impacted. If you measure the attractiveness of the way in which food is dished, if it has fresh leafy greens, it provides not only nutrient values, it also shows the seafarers that there's a lot of value and they are being cherished by having this very fresh produce. Of course, it elevates the taste and the experience of whatever they are eating. Also important to note that in difficult conditions, as we have now within the maritime industry, the fact that you have an ongoing supply of such fresh greens, regardless of whether you manage to port and get fresh supply, is another reassuring aspect that the seafarer is being taken care of. And of course, the last one is performance. Degraded nutrition impacts the cognitive and physical capacity that underpins safe operations and consistent watchkeeping. That's very, very important as well. So I think we understand that fresh food, if it is made available on board, is going to create a significant improvement in that regard. And in that context, we can already see a very, very positive trend where nutrition is not just regarded as a welfare expectation, which is an important aspect by itself, but looking into nutrition and measuring it to get to a point where we can gather the data and see the correlation between solid and good nutrition to the rest of the elements that are important as far as functionality and safety. This is what we see here. So we see that from December of 2024, explicit requirements for food and drinking water are already there from the Maritime Labor Convention amendment. And these requirements carry, among other things, suitable quantity, nutritional value, quality, and variety. Also the need to have regards to ethnicity, cultural practices, and even religious ones from the offering that is presented to the seafarer, and also frequent documented inspection by the master to make sure that all of this is happening. We practically see it happening. We see some ports, for example, Australian ports, that are really making it a point to evaluate and validate such requirements. And we practically welcome that very much, because only if these things will be measured, documented, and inspected, we can create the data that will encourage us to see that nutrition has a positive, important factor influence on safety and functionality for seafarers. Our solution in that context is extremely attractive. I think it shows that technology is there to really address this challenge in the most innovative way of growing these fresh greens at sea. I think you can see here behind me such a cabinet here in our office. Typically, we would see 3 such cabinets sitting in a galley very, very nice scenery of fresh growth of greens content, which is an amazing welfare-oriented aspect. The on-growing experience is relatively very simple. You choose the variety of plants you wish to grow. We provide the pods that will be placed within the machine, and an AI agronomist practically monitors the status, the growth of the plants, and guides the seafarer as to when exactly to plant new ones, when to harvest, and when to replace. The system is very, very attuned to the vessel. There's no need for soil, no need for sunlight, no need for any farming experience. It's all a part of the architecture within the system. And it is really optimized for real conditions at sea. The footprint is galley compatible. Continuous supply is exactly what you're going to receive in a controlled, manageable manner. AI is handling all of the complexities and the agronomy aspects of it. And cultural flexibility is really baked in with the set of different plants that you are invited to grow within the system. So we would say that as the technology now is evolved to a certain level, and our product is a good indication of that, that industry should take food and nutrition as important as fatigue and well-being, and try to get to a point where this is being measured and monitored over time, because we believe it is a very, very important factor in maritime seafarers' welfare and safety. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone and welcome to this year's Crew Welfare event. My name is Sandra Psychoglu and I'm very happy to welcome our distinguished panelists. Today we will discuss physical wellness at sea. We will address the key challenges, the practical solutions, the priorities needed to support healthier lifestyles for people on board. Let me now introduce our experts in alphabetical order. We are joined by Dr. Maria Carrera from the World Maritime University. Welcome, Maria. Kostas Katsouliaris from North Standard. Welcome, Kostas. Dr. Christian Titoilu Baton from Nordic Medical Clinic. Welcome, Didoi. Dr. William Moore from the American P&I Club. Welcome, William. And Kobe Sila from Agua. Welcome, Kobe. Thank you all for being with us today. Now, I would like to begin with a broad opening question. So, how do you define physical wellness from your perspective? And also tell us a few words how your work or organization supports healthier lifestyles for seafarers. Maria, let me start with you. Maria?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello everyone. Physical wellness definition, understanding. Well, in my view, health is a broad aspect, a broad term that should not be completely separated from other components of health, like mental health and social health. And it's not me who is saying that. It's also the World Health Organization, or I copy this, understanding of health from the World Health Organization, because I think that these three elements are interrelated. So we cannot consider that someone is fully health if we don't look at these three components as a whole. So I think the three elements should be understood, considered, and integrated in any well-being practice that the organization could think of.
Thank you, Maria, for highlighting this. And Kostas, may I come to you next?
Of course. Thank you. Good day, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for those joining us. Well, as Dr. Maria said very eloquently, the World Health Organization definition of health does include physical, mental, and social well-being. So she's absolutely correct. Even the ancient Greeks had the phrase nous ys and somati ys, or healthy mind, healthy body. So they are interrelated. As far as the panel is concerned, the concentration on physical health. For me personally, I think it's being healthy enough to deal with life's challenges, whether at work or in their personal lives. Not just us, but also seafarers. That's why we're all here today. From my side, the work I'm involved in on the claim side, we tend to get involved when things go wrong. So when the seafarer is already ill or injured or sadly has passed away, but we look into why this has occurred, and we tend to notice trends. And in conjunction with our loss prevention colleagues who are ex-seafarers, we look at programs we can take forward that can assist our member companies, whether they are ship owners, ship management companies, or even charterers or crew supply companies. We also support a lot of maritime charities such as Stella Maris, Mission to Seafarers, the Sailor Society, and ISWAN, International Seafarers Welfare Assistance Network. And as I said, loss prevention, the main one for most clubs is the PEMI program, or pre-engagement medical examination, where we find out what the seafarers, what conditions they have before they embark on sea, whether they're fit enough to go to sea. But in short, to me, it's a holistic thing. In order to be well, we should be well, sleep well, eat well, and exercise well.
Thank you, Kostas. Didoi, how do you see this from a medical perspective?
Thank you, Sandra. I subscribe to World Health Organization's holistic approach to health. I agree with you. Not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So I agree with you. For the sake of the discussion on the physical health, I'd like to illustrate it with a vessel being seaworthy. Is the vessel ready to go through the life at sea? The seafarer, as a vessel, we only have one body as a vessel. Is this person ready? Is the body ready for the life on board? The seaworthiness of the seafarer, preventing illness on board, medical repatriations, or harm. And as doctors, we have sworn in that we will do no harm. So our role is loss prevention for our customers, ship managers, and ship owners, but also to the seafarer. One thing we add is health education, when convincing the seafarer to take care of themselves so that they can take care of their job and take care of each other and take care of their families. So we are part of the environment where the seafarer could thrive, even in their physical health, so that they can do their jobs very well, avoiding complications in the worst levels and in the good levels. So that's our role to play in the industry. Thanks.
Thank you, Didoi. William, what is your view on this?
I concur with all of the speakers before me on the various issues, but one thing that we'd like to say in our position, I think physical wellness, of course, is social. There's the mental element of it, but as far as the conditions in which seafarers are exposed to at sea, all kinds of external environmental, as well as environmental issues on board the ship, that the most important thing, or a most important thing, is that they're physically fit in order to perform the duties that are required of them on board ship. And that is an extremely important issue. The American clubs, we've had our PME program in force since 2003. It has been very well supported by our ship owner members who are absolutely fantastic with regard to making sure that all things are complied with. So we're very pleased to be here today to talk about the issues. The mental element, as I mentioned, as well as the social element, we do address those to some capacity or in different capacities, although we consider it all an integrated function. But the physical wellness is probably the most key issue that we try to address at the American Club as far as fundamental. It's like a ship survey, same thing with regard to condition surveys, seafarer surveys too. Thank you.
Thank you. Kobe, let me bring you in here.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. I think from our perspective in Agua, you mentioned the topic of physical wellness. For us, food is actually the manifestation of physical wellness from the nutritional part of it, but also from a wellness perspective. The nature of the food, the way in which it is dished, its nutritional values, all of these are aspects which I think can contribute quite considerably to address this challenge. So in a way, it leads us into the discussion about nutrition, but it is way more than that. It's the aspect in which a seafarer is being treated, addressed, especially if there's stressful events. We've just witnessed, hopefully it's going to be resolved, but a lot of stress within the existing day in, day out work, possibly supply aspects and challenges. So food in that regard manifests itself as a very, very important aspect in which you can really address these two issues, physical and wellness.
Thank you, Kobe. Now, moving from a broader definition to the realities on board regarding physical wellness. In your view, what are the most urgent physical wellness issues affecting seafarers today? Kostas, let me start with you on this one.
For me, I would say, well, the pandemic is 4 or 5 years back now. We've come out, I think we all as a society, but also especially seafarers, still bear some of those scars. But there's no one defining illness out there or condition, apart from, for me, I think it's fatigue. Fatigue has been recognized for over a decade now for seafarers within the industry. There have been surveys, whether it's the Horizon Project, whether there's other surveys, now with MLC guidance above us. There's a lot more awareness out there of fatigue and the things that seafarers go through. Also, we must never forget that it's the job at hand. They are seafarers. They're not like the rest of us on this discussion today. You know, after the end of our working day is over, we get to go home. Their home is also their office or their factory. So they're out there on board the ship, going around the world, subject to not just foul weather, sadly geopolitics, and everything else that life can throw at them. Coupled with that, add in the shortage of seafarers. So now we have a declining pool of talent to draw from. So you know, we have to be aware of how we manage that. I was at the International Health Maritime Association Symposium last year, and a lot of the discussion turned around, whereas in the old days we would try and avoid medical conditions on seafarers. Now it may not be good enough. We look to move into managing those conditions on board the ships as best we can. We have the technology, you know, we can live with it, as it were. But for me, I think fatigue is number one.
Thank you, Kostas. Dito, from your medical experience, what would you add?
non-communicable illnesses, chronic conditions that we see and we screen prior the embarkation on board is the biggest threat that I see day in, day out. Prevention of that worsening on board and managing it on board. I agree with Costas. We need to move to more than just prevention, which will not be 100%, but catch it while it's there on board when it's happening. We catch it early on. So I see a lot of diabetes mellitus type 2, hypertension, it's still there. Chronic illnesses like gallstones, kidney stones, prostate enlargements, hemorrhoids, and musculoskeletal strain, eye conditions. Those are from lifestyle-related illnesses. And the way I see it, if these are lifestyle-related illnesses by what they eat, how they rest or not rest at all, or the way they carry themselves in hydration and take care of their bodies as their vessels, if they don't care for it, if we don't have an environment where it will be cared for, the chronic conditions will come up, especially not overnight, but over time. And most of the time, we catch them late and efforts are late in preventing this from worsening or even progressing and happening in the first place. So chronic conditions, that's one of the things that we see as doctors that hurts the whole situation from the seafarer to the ship owner.
Thank you, William. What is your take on this?
I concur with both Dudo and Costas on this, but one of the things I will say from our experience in studying our PME program and the conditions that we've seen, we do have issues, particularly with some issues with Eastern Europeans with alcohol, liver, heart conditions and the like. But the one thing that we see most frequently are things associated with too much fat, too much sugar, too much salt in the diet. It's plain and simple, as Kobe was talking about earlier with regard, his focus on the diet issue. Managing conditions, I think that's a very important point that Costas hit on. We understand and we realize that, a lot of seafarers, they do have conditions before they arrive on board ship. But we also find that many of these conditions are, in some cases, better managed on board ship than they are sometimes at home. At home, people tend to eat differently. And I think that one of the things that we've seen, MLC has had a positive impact upon this, interestingly enough, that the types of foods that are on board ship, the breadth and the diet is actually a bit better than it is from people when they have their own personal eating habits at home versus on board ship. So that's an interesting perspective that we've found and we've dealt with our ship owners and their seafarers.
Thank you, Kobe. What would you add from your perspective?
Yeah, I concur with Bill here, and also with Costas. Fatigue is very, very critical here. And of course, it is very much also nutrition oriented. I also think that within a vessel, you can measure, control it, and practically create a more preventive approach than a reactive approach if you indeed take care and monitor elements around nutrition, very much like rest is taken care of and measured. And so I would encourage us all to look into this as a set of tools that can be measured, standardized, and followed up, and ideally also over time, gather enough statistics to really go ahead and improve all of these elements, because the data is already there. And as Bill mentioned, it's a vessel, it is well controlled. We can actually administer the limitations and the guidelines, etc., and get to a point where we can see measured, tangible improvement over time and try to push and educate the industry towards such directions.
Thank you. And Maria, what are the key pressures affecting seafarers' physical health? What have you identified in your research?
Thank you. And yeah, I would also need to concur with what other previous speakers has mentioned. In my view, the most urgent physical wellness issues are fatigue, tiredness, sleep deprivation, and as a consequence, exhaustion of some seafarers, or a good number of seafarers. Because despite technological developments that take up, let's say, the riskiest task on board, seafarers' fatigue, according to research, is rather than decreasing, increasing. And seafarers are exposed to very long hour shifts. So recent studies corroborate that on average, seafarers work more than 72 hours per week, between 72 and 91 hours per week. This is the average seafarer during long contracts on board, let's say either 6, 7, 8, 9, even 10 or 11 months, continuously without a day off per week in most of the cases, and in a high percentage not having shore leave or having this on very limited occasions during the contract. So indeed, seafarers do not sleep sufficiently. This is what recent concurrent evidence demonstrates. The sleep of seafarers in general is not very restorative because it's either limited on quantity, normally below 7-8 hours, which is what the evidence demonstrates that is good for any individual. And they don't have quality sleep. So frequently this sleep is interrupted for various reasons or not following a regular pattern of awake sleep. And consequently, in my view, is tiredness, fatigue, exhaustion, and lack of proper sleep as the main pressing wellness issues. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for highlighting several important pressures affecting seafarers' health on board. Let's now focus one other practical area, nutrition. Well, nutrition is a key part of physical wellness. However, healthy food choices can be difficult on board for several reasons. So what practical steps can companies take to improve access to fresh and nutritious food at sea? Dido, may I start with you?
Can I say it? It's budget. I've been able to talk to so many owners and so many vessel managers, and at a $7 per day per man per day, you don't get to have fresh food there. So there needs to have some leadership and management support if we really want to push for nutrition. So increasing the budget and the budget allocation for the right kind of food on board. I have seen a chief cook, a very, very healthy guy, wanted to promote healthy food on board, but not signed off by the captain, already breaks the chain of healthy living. And there are options wherein, there are ways and creative ways, like Kobe and his team here. There are ways that you can put fresh food on board now, unlike before, wherein there wasn't not enough access. But now, nutrition really is about the ones cooking it, the ones eating it, and the ones providing for it. And if all of the three agree on a healthier direction, and I think we're going to make real progress in terms of nutrition here.
Thank you, William. What is your take from a P&I perspective?
We haven't, for the most part, at least for our international fleet, we haven't really run into big issues when it comes to nutrition. I mean, certain societies, a lot of Pacific Rim countries, rice is a big thing for them, and rice is creates all kinds of issues when it comes to blood sugar and these types of and diabetic conditions and the like. That's a difficult cycle to break, and I do understand that quite a bit. But one thing that we've implemented recently, American Club, we have this is very much focused on our U.S. seafarers for the time being, although we'll be expanding it internationally. We're working with a company called ShipShape, and we put out some recent videos and the like about just food and nutrition and diet, and being a core part of staying healthy. And I think I've done a very good job at that. And I welcome anyone to actually go on board or go on our website and look at that information. I think it's quite useful. But for diet, generally, like I said, I think MLC has had a significant impact. Particularly, so we've had some ship owners grouse about, countries like Australia who say, they say there's not enough fresh fruit on board ship and these types of things. So hopefully that'll have a positive impact.
Thank you. And now, Kobe, I would like to bring you in here as our focus is on fresh fruit production on board. So what is your take?
Yeah, so I think we are pioneering a technology, but I'm sure we will not be the only ones. And there's also additional companies driving this notion forward. But if you think about it, what we can offer is actually moving the growth from the shore to the vessel itself. If you do that, you can achieve two things. You can get fresh food, which is not obtainable after 7 days at sea because it perishes. You also create the means in which you can actually control and monitor what exactly are the seafarers consuming. And of course, these fresh greens add a lot of vitamins and minerals, which are much more challenging to have if you're just looking at processed or frozen food. So that technology exists. Of course, the budgeting issue is always an issue, of course, in this situation as well. But it actually provides with a much better control from the cooking perspective. You can have the food be much more enriched. You can even push the menu and the look and the feel of the food towards something that looks much more fresher, much more closer to shore. And one additional element in that context, since this is a solution that has to be hands-free from a vessel's seafarer's perspective, and it relies on AI to do the growing, it can also exactly detect what was consumed and actually have that element within the nutritional values that you can follow up as far as what did the crew receive within their food to measure things in the long term, as we've suggested earlier. So I think that's a very innovative approach, which the industry can now look into and start working with.
Thank you, Kobe. You mentioned all these nutritional benefits. However, have you noticed any other benefits to the overall well-being of the crew, to their morale, for example? And also, I see a visual hand from Kostas. Would like to add something, Kostas?
I'll let Kobe speak first since you asked him, but happy to join afterwards.
So, Kobe, have you noticed anything?
Yeah, the one very interesting sentence that the one captain provided us is that the cabinet that grows our plants is the only thing that is growing on a vessel, physically growing. All the rest is practically decaying over time. And this is a very nice Zen-like cabinet or several such cabinets with green things that are growing inside. It is very relaxing. Most of our customers are placing them in the galley deliberately to get them to also create the right atmosphere for the crew. And I think there's also another element with the Hormuz situation. We've had several captains appreciative of the fact that there's a constant supply of these fresh greens that allow people to address a stressful, non-certain situation in a very calm manner, Zen-like approach, which was very significant, especially when uncertainty sinks in.
Thank you. That's very interesting, actually. And Kostas, what would you like to add?
I'd like to add, absolutely, as Kobe said, we've heard from some of our members who are also clients of Kobe and his team, not just the availability of fresh food, fresh salads, fresh greens. I think they're also now moving to strawberries. It affects the morale of the crew on board rather than be, I think, well, did I hit the nail on the head? You are subject to the a trinity, whether it's holy or unholy. It's not up to me to decide, of the provider, the ship chandler, or caterer, the preparer, the cook and his team or her team, and the consumers, so the crew on board. And any one of those three can affect the end product, but it will also affect well-being. I think it was Napoleon that said that every army marches on its stomach. The importance of food to our well-being is well known. Going back to as I said, some of our members who are also clients have said this calming influence. Well, when they see these soft lights And anybody who's a gardener or dabbles in gardening knows the calming influence it has on us. And it's when you deal with something creative rather than drawing, it's actual a life form, as Kobe again said. It is something rewarding, Zen-like, as it were. He mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. We had one of our members who was stuck off a port. This was before the issues there, for 2 months at Anchorage. And they said that for the crew to be able to have fresh salads every day and not waiting to have a launch ready to go out to get them with whatever they could obtain made a huge world of difference. Moving that aside, there are also specialist catering companies now who will, rather than be slaves, as it were, of every ship chandler in every port, specialist catering companies who can provide fresh produce globally and can also provide instructions on nutrition and menus for the crew, whether it's healthy menus, but also cultural menus, whether it's Ramadan, Passover, Greek Easter, Catholic Easter, anything cultural, and diets as well. So it's all important.
Kostas, thank you for this example and for sharing the overall benefits to crew well-being. Now, Maria, from your perspective, what else would you consider when it comes to nutrition on board?
Yes, thank you very much. I think almost all has been said so far concerning this. But yeah, I would like to emphasize that nutritious food, like for any other individual, is fundamental for seafarers' health, right? And not by chance, and it's been mentioned also the role of the Maritime Labour Convention in this. In the 2022 amendments through Regulation 3.2 on food and catering, is required that ships must provide food and drinking water of appropriate quality, nutritional value, quantity, and variety. But moreover, and this has been also highlighted through the same regulation, is required that food must take into account the cultural and religious backgrounds of the crew. But however, it's not infrequent that on some occasions, the crew's cultural and religious values are not respected through the food provided. So there are examples coming from inspectors, port state control officers, and other inspectors that declare that despite, for example, rice being essential for some cultures, there is insufficient rice on board, or there is some kind of meat that is available while, the crew's religion don't allow them to eat this kind of meat. However, they would eat some other kind of meat. And something else that was mentioned before, which in my view is also important, budget is also a key aspect, because inspectors also corroborate that sometimes the food allowance for seafarers is so low that cannot guarantee nutritious food or food of sufficient quality and quantity. So it's not just to have sufficient quantity and quality, but also considering the other aspects. So what to do, in my view, is to respect the crews who are working for the company and give them not only the minimum standards to survive, but the standards that guarantee their health and safety. And this is also through the food they eat.
Thank you, Maria. Now let's turn to physical activity. Exercise on board is often limited due to time, space, also fatigue and motivation as well. Now, what realistic measures can help seafarers stay physically active at sea? Kobe, may I start with you?
I don't have a significant contribution here in that regard, so I would pass on to more educated
it's okay. Okay,
panel
Kobe.
members to cover.
Never mind. Kostas, what is your perspective?
It's no simple solution. I think it's a simple question, but I don't think the answer is very simple. It's multifaceted. We all know that a lot of seafarers, especially Filipinos and Greeks and some from the Slavic countries, love basketball, and a lot of ships have basketball courts on board and have basketball games. Having said that, however, one of our members has banned basketball because they've had a spate of injuries to their crew during games. But that aside, I have seen in the past with some crews on some ships where the master will lead the whole crew into an exercise regimen, whether it's simple stretches or other things, which does help crew morale and teamwork and everything else. certainly anybody that's been to the Far Eastern yards, especially in the olden days, would say that before any work started in the yard, the whole workforce was out there doing morning exercises. That aside, most modern ships now have gyms, and some even have swimming pools. But again, it's subject to the weather, it's subject to motivation, as you said. But even that aside, there are even some exercises which can be done in the cabin using just a chair or your own resistance against the wall or chairs. Or there's even, I discovered recently, chair Tai Chi, which again can all help with doing activities in your own cabin or office rather than in the gym if space or time doesn't allow. So there are ways.
Thank you for mentioning all these examples. There is a variety of activities that you can do on board, actually. And what can companies do to make exercise easier and more realistic on board?
I have had many conversations with seafarers. That's a day-to-day thing, but also conversations with owners and ship managers. One thing on the side of the ship owners and ship managers, it's the facilities. I know of a seafarer who said, I'm very healthy ashore. I can exercise in the gym. There's a gym on board, but the barbells are very rusty. I'm gonna get tetanus on board if I use it. So the facilities, or in my view, the role of the owners, the ship managers, is to create an environment, a physical environment where they can do exercise, they can move around. But aside from the physical environment, there needs to be also a psychological environment wherein we promote movement, we promote exercising. I have seen ship managers go as far as gamifying it, right? Like rewarding people who really do their exercises on board. And there are more than the environment, the physical and psychological on the seafarer side, we need to encourage them. The intrinsic motivation from themselves that this is part of their self-care, this is part of their personal sustainability, and this is for their welfare and for their families waiting at home. So creating that intrinsic environment and motivation from the seafarer, plus the support of the owners and the managers to make a physical and a psychological environment where people can really be encouraged to move, as in even having support groups and reward them. I think that I've seen as a best practice so far in the industry.
Thank you, Didoy. Thank you for highlighting many ways to enhance motivation, actually. And William, what kind of physical activity is realistic and beneficial? What is your take?
Thank you. My thoughts are along the line of what Kostas has already mentioned. As I mentioned, earlier we have this organization working with ShipShape, who's focused a lot of their attention on board vessels, usually smaller tug and barge, but this applies to ships, larger ships too. First, I'd like to say, for the most part, most of the vessels that we've heard entered with the club have some sort of workout room, weights, and these types of things. But when such things are not available, like I mentioned, ShipShape does a lot to it. These are the types of exercises you can do on deck, or you can do it in your common space, or you can do it in your cabin. That are healthy activities. And I think if we try to focus a bit more on that type of thing, hey, no matter what you should be doing, what you're doing, you move all day during your work, but you also should be doing things that help your physical fitness, and we can focus a lot more attention on that. I do think there's a need to maybe talk more about those types of things in the industry, and particularly from the club side, where we do a lot of that guidance for ship owners.
Thank you, Maria. Maria, what is your view? And also the link between physical activity and mental health.
Yes, sure. Yeah. I think physical activity is another fundamental pillar of any individual's health. So together with, as we discussed before, nutritious foods, also restorative sleep. So if it's fundamental for other individuals, it's fundamental for seafarers, right? So, but I think we need to reflect, because exercising on board implies, in my view, two aspects. imply the availability of space and good gym equipment, as mentioned before. On some occasions, this equipment probably is not in good condition, and we see that on some occasions also this social space or gym space are being reduced, so not allowing the seafarers to enjoy or to facilitate to exercise on board. But I think there is another element that might be the availability of time for exercise, because when studies prove that in most cases rest of seafarers equals to sleep time, which is not exactly the same, right? Rest time involves more than sleeping, but then most of the time seafarers work. So what's left in terms of free time so they can enjoy other activities like socializing with others, or, as we are discussing now, exercising on board the vessels? Because we need to, and everybody is aware of this, I suppose, on board the vessels, the 888 rule that we have on land doesn't apply for life on board, like 8 hours for work, 8 hours for sleep, and 8 hours for spare time and doing some other things that humans do. So most of the free time is reduced to the point that is most for work. Normally, studies we conduct say that seafarers work over 12 hours, if not more, on most occasions, and then how much time is left for the activity. So I think availability of time, of more time, is fundamental to motivate seafarers to exercise, and as a point also of union with other people on board, other crew members, to socialize and enjoy those moments, I think.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you all actually for highlighting the many challenges. However, I take that small, realistic and consistent measures can actually make a meaningful difference when it comes to physical activity on board. And now let's move on and explore another important factor in the physical environment on board. So how does the onboard environment affect seafarers' sleep, fatigue, and their overall well-being? William, let me start with you.
Well, I think we've all touched on it, or a number of us have touched on it already. Of course, a lot of people, I find, probably yourself, when you're traveling, when you're doing other things outside of your normal environment, your sleep patterns get a little thrown off of kilter. Even when I stay at a hotel when I'm traveling, find yourself, you're not sleeping properly, but or regularly. But also on board ship, because of the conditions, like you say, the work environment is the same as the social and home environment for months on end. It probably takes some time to actually adjust, and depending upon external conditions, shipboard conditions, that can be a bit of a challenge. Also, getting on the phone, or getting on the internet and the social media, those things tend to, I even find myself, thinking I'm be on for 15 minutes and wind up sitting there an hour and a half later, still on there looking at things and doing things I shouldn't be doing. It's about trying to establish a discipline if possible, but it's not always, it is a challenge to do so. And I think it takes personal, let's say, focus to do so, but it's not a simple thing to answer. I wish I had a better answer than that, but that's what we see as being problematic.
Thank you, William, for highlighting these points. And Kobe, what is your perspective on how onboard spaces can support healthy living?
Yeah, from our point of view, I think that the physical environment should look into the location where people gather, and when there's an isolated area which is aimed at group activities, relaxation, etc., etc. And I think typically that's the galley. And if you look into it that manner, then you can try and make sure and monitor that the seafarers are gathered there, that they see it as a value to connect and to relax over there, not eat, remotely, etc. And you can really create activities and make sure that that environment is friendly and relaxing. We see that with the right level of innovative shipping companies, this is really being addressed as they build vessels. We see them even, for example, creating a weekly pizza night, just as an example of ways in which they can create a community approach that will create this group level activities to address stress and to differentiate between the harsh day in, day out work within their duties to that specific island of calmness, I would say, that can complement and create that differentiation.
Thank you, Kobe. Maria, from a recent perspective, how important is the onboard environment for rest and recovery?
Yeah, it's fundamental, I would say, right? But it's challenging to modify this work environment. And thank you for bringing up this question, because these are indeed important elements that shape the work and life on board. Because definitely we cannot separate sea workers from the context they work and live in. So they are, as said before, permanently exposed to not only natural hazards, let's say, but also these industrial hazards mentioned, like vibration, poor lighting, poor accommodation or accommodation limitations, and so on. And as a consequence, sea workers' bodies and minds are under multiple and continuous sources of stress. Creates a lot of stress, leading to, in some cases, psychosocial risks. So the impact of working under these industrial hazards or this work environment is known, and it has been mentioned before, right? It affects sleep quality, the amount of sleep seafarers sleep, and also create stress. But I would say that we should address this also from a regulatory point of view, because while for other workers, for example, in comparison, we have done comparison with other transport workers, some kind of compensation exists, and they put in place some other safeguards. To limit the impact of these stressors, this is more limited for sea workers, for seafarers. So, for example, in other transport workers, there is a maximum time that workers' time at night. These limits don't exist for seafarers, or there is a minimum of continuous rest per day, not less than 11 hours. However, for seafarers, this is 10, and this can be broken down. So some other, or the day off, that other workers have is not applicable fully to seafarers. So some other safeguards from a regulatory point of view should be implemented in order to compensate, I would say, some other work environment aspect that we cannot control that much.
I see. Thank you, Maria, for highlighting this. And Kostas, what would you add from a loss prevention perspective?
From a loss prevention perspective, well, all the speakers so far have said about the reality of life on board the ship. We've talked about how it's the floating home and office, and also cafeteria, gym. It's their whole life is there on board, away from their families, friends, and general life ashore. So put that aside, there's also, we've talked about the quality of lighting on board the ship, or irregular temperatures, vibrations. These have all come out in studies about fatigue over the years, and over a decade now, if not more. So as far as they can be controlled and altered, that should be done, especially at the new build stage. That's where the ship is constructed in the first place. So we know a lot of our members, for instance, have, when they're building a ship, they'll send the crew out to the yard so they can provide their own advice, because this is, after all, these are the end users, will be the seafarers, to talk about, recommendations on how they build the accommodation block, or the engine room, trying to keep lighting to a minimum where it should be to a minimum, whether it's blackout curtains, advice on good bedding. Certainly from my own personal life, my life completely changed when I got myself an orthopedic mattress. So it's not just about quantity of sleep, which is an issue, especially if they're doom scrolling and looking at screens in their cabin when they should be sleeping, but also the quality of sleep. We know that blue screens will affect the quality of sleep and melatonin levels. We know that vibrations and heat and light, it's bad enough, again, as one of my other colleagues on the panel mentioned, the nature of the job also. It's not just they're floating, they're also traveling. So they're crossing time zones. Unlike the aviation workers, it's their job for months on end. And they're doing so slowly. So that will also affect the circadian rhythm, apart from shift work, which I'm sure everybody else can talk about. Studies have shown that shift workers, especially nighttime shift workers, are more susceptible to a lot of medical conditions and illnesses. So again, a holistic approach from both ends, both from the end users, but also the people who construct the ships, the people who own the ships, as well as the people who charter the ships, is required to actually tackle this issue, in my mind.
Thank you, Kostas, for actually mentioning all these factors that we need to consider for crew overall well-being when it comes to design the environments on board. And now, Christian, from a medical perspective, how does the onboard environment affect physical health?
Greatly. I'll speak from the voice of the seafarers. I've heard a seafarer once and say, I'm not gonna go back to that ship. I might die there. Because it looks like a floating coffin for me because the way the ship is maintained, because it looks not well maintained. The previous crew there did not take care of it. Cluttered environment was a product of cluttered minds. And the way I work closely with ship managers, and a high-performing team creates a good environment for people to thrive. So I work well on the ship managers in helping create an environment that the seafarers would be energized to work on that kind of environment on board the ship. And that's from what you see, from what you eat, what is accessible, how they get to have good sleep because of better mattresses. I've seen a 15-year-old ship with a 15-year-old mattress. So that's something supposed to be as simple and as common sense, but it still happens. And there are good owners, which I recommend, that there are good owners who handle their ships and have high performance teams, not just getting the work done, but creating an environment where they can thrive in. Especially, this is going to be their home base for a few weeks, for offshore, for a few months, for deep sea going vessels. So it has to be like a sense of home rather than a sense of a prison.
Thank you, Tito. Actually, thank you for bringing seafarers' voice in the discussion. And now, let's move on to a question related to fatigue, since you all mentioned in the opening statement that fatigue is an alarming issue. And so, let's look fatigue and the importance of shore leave. What does the evidence tell us about the impact of limited shore leave on seafarers' recovery, health, and overall well-being? Maria, let me start with you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question, which is a very much pressing health issue, I would say, the lack of shore leave for seafarers. Let me put it this way. Shore leave is a fundamental right for seafarers, recognized in the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, and in fact the latest amendments 2025 strengthen this specific regulation, asking companies, asking member states to facilitate shore leave. But it's also fundamental for health and well-being. And what the research says that is the voice of seafarers. Research represents what seafarers say on many studies, is that the benefits of shore leave can be considered triple. There is an impact on the physical and psychological health of seafarers because it allows them to rest and recover after hard work on board. Another impact is what we can consider a recreational benefit because it allows them to socialize outside the ship environment and in their own words, it allows them to feel human again. And a third impact or benefit would be motivational, because it allows them to recharge their batteries and then come back to the vessel and perform better and in safer way after their return. Seafarers put this clearly when they say things like that allows them to rest, to disconnect from onboard work, and get the sufficient energy to motivate going. But however, recent studies, concurrent evidence demonstrate how much this right is being eroded, with less possibilities than ever to go ashore. There are studies that mention that around 70% of seafarers either don't go or go between 1 and 3 times during their contracts, and we are talking about contracts around 7 months minimum. And when they go, which is also very shocking, most of them, if not all, stay not more than 6 hours maximum. So imagine what you can do in 6 hours when you go ashore.
That's very
Yeah, so yeah, this is well, and we can understand, what are the reasons that limit their possibilities to go ashore, that have to do with the workload on board and the lack of time, sufficient time at port. So as a consequence, more exhaustion for seafarers if this is not allowed. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Kostas, I would like to bring you in here. Would you like to add?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about the voice of the seafarer, we've seen from studies, whether it's the Seafarers Seafarers Happiness Index, whether it's the CFIT survey, shore leave is up there in the top 3. Many times it's the #1 issue that seafarers will face. Anybody that's worked through and lived through the pandemic and deals with seafarers knows what they went through, at least in part. People stuck on board. We talked about the environment, the floating home and office and recreational area. So they're looking forward to shore leave once they arrive at port, if they're available to. Certainly, myself as the son of a seafarer, I was growing up with my parents telling me stories about the places they visited. Older seafarers will say, it was advertised in the old days: join the merchant navy, see the world. Some seafarers will say, girl in every port. There's the attraction to all this hardship at sea. Once you arrive at port, you're able to have a good time, as it were, and get rid of, or for at least pause yourself from what goes on board the ship mid-ocean. It is there. This, join the merchant navy, see the world, go to a port, see places, doesn't exist any longer. Many ships, because of the nature of the trade, they're in some offshore terminal, or the container trade. They've got very little time in port to go there. But again, it is a huge issue. The pandemic, they didn't have that generally, and even since the pandemic, because of either geopolitical tensions, port securities, or lack of understanding from ports and port states, that this is a fundamental right for seafarers is shore leave. It's what's required. We keep talking about key worker and essential worker status, but as far as I can see, it just exists on a screen and on pages and in statutes, but doesn't exist in the practical world yet. We're moving there, but not yet.
Thank you, Kostas. Now, Titoi.
The easiest way to get off the ship is to make it a medical or dental condition so that they can go on a shore leave. So we've seen that seafarers tend to abuse the system just to be able to get a shore leave. I have those instances because of our telemedical services. They would want to see a dentist on board ashore. And then we get called in and we talk to the seafarer, assess the seafarer. And I said, tell me where it is. It's in my left lower jaw. And we replied, you don't have teeth there anymore, sir. What's happening? So it's not a dental situation. It's a mental health situation. And so we were able to dialogue with the owner and the ship manager and say, hey, this person wants to go for a dental check. Don't spend money on the dentist. Just give them a few hours or a day or two. So it becomes a different story and narrative. And ultimately, it's the masters who can make decisions there, right? But they are also pressured on the turnaround time around the ports and etc. So it needs to be, one, seafarers need to not abuse the system. But secondly, also the managers, the owners should give allowance for it. Everybody wins when the seafarer is also cared for in this way. So those are stories that I hear. It's easily abused when it's a mental or a dental or a medical situation. That's the way they get off the ship just to get a shore leave. And that is wrong. I hope we can make ways working together to avoid that from happening.
Thank you, Didoi. William, what is your take relating shore leave?
Shore leave is an interesting issue, and as it's mentioned, there's things that are being strengthened in the MLC and the like. But I think that'll be irrelevant. That's an issue that basically is controlled by port states. Port state wants to let people ashore, they're going to let them ashore. They're not going to let them ashore, they're not going to let them ashore. And that's been a big part of the problem and concern. I have two sons who are ship officers, and that's one of the things every time I hear from them, I say, "You got any shore leave?" And they're usually grousing about that, saying, "No, I don't get enough shore leave." And we have had, recently, we've had a few cases and issues associated with risks to seafarers when they actually do get ashore. I mean, we had recent cases, somebody who had drowned. We had a recent case, of injuries on motorcycles and places they go and the like. And we're actually releasing some guidance on that shortly. But I think the key point is that the nature of let's say security issues. I mean, COVID, of course, global conflicts, various countries who, look at shore leave quite differently. Some say it's not really my issue. And, we do see some challenges in the US as well as other states, but I think it's more of a general issue. I wish it could be better controlled by MLC, but it can't. It's going to be individual ports who are going to decide whether that's going to be done or not. And all we can do is recommend that they try to do that and tell them, hey, it's important for the seafarers. And also the turnaround times, I think Costas touched on that too. Ship turnaround times, efficiency, make it more difficult. That's just the general operations of the ship, much less these other social and political issues that may apply.
Thank you, William. Kobe, what would you add on the importance of restoring energy and morale on board?
Yeah, I concur with Maria and Costas here. This is a welcome disruption that can pause between the tedious day in, day out. And so it should be welcomed in that regard when offshore is taken and some freshness comes in as you go back on board. So I concur with that.
Thank you, Kobe. Now, as we move towards the conclusion of our discussion, I would like to ask each of you to reflect on priorities. So, if you could change one thing in the industry's approach related to physical wellness at sea, what would you change first and why? And Kostas, can I start? Let me start with you.
Thank you, Sandra. For me, it would be fatigue, only because we still haven't solved it yet, or rather, I don't think we're managing it correctly. We understand it. We understand the issues it's caused. We've known for many decades now the human element or human factors behind over 80% or 90% of accidents and casualties at sea. We know that. We know the effect it has on physical health as well, whether it's cardiovascular issues affected by lack of sleep and lack of quality of sleep. We know the effect it has on mental health as well. Mental health and fatigue are interrelated, closely related as well. One affects the other. They're probably almost symbiotic. Also, it's there as one of what they call the deadly dozen. The 12 most common forms of causes of industrial and marine accidents. Fatigue is up there for sure. And again, as I said, it's linked into physical health as well. If you're not sleeping well, then you're not giving your body a chance to recover, not just rest, but also get over. So you're more susceptible to illnesses, and it can affect your sorry, lost my words now. Anyway, our physical health. So if we can change that by bringing all the stakeholders in, because there's only so much that ship owners and clubs can do, we need to bring in the port states in, the flag states, the end users, the consumers need to be aware of how they got their iPhones, their TVs, the clothes on their back, their fuel in their cars, the heating in their homes, all of that. Be made aware of it so that they can actually bring, as I said, going back to key worker and essential worker status, so that we can solve that, because it's not going to go away. We may not even cure it, but again, moved in that direction, because world trade depends on seafarers.
That's true. Thank you, Kostas. And Didoi, what would you change first?
So many. So I would like to propose 3 verbs or 3 actions: eat, move, and sleep. As an industry, from the seafarers, personal leadership, to an industry leadership, ship owner, ship manager leadership, we need to help seafarers to eat better food, move more proactively, and then sleep well. I think these 3 things, components, basic things, doesn't seem to be as basic anymore. We need to remind ourselves it's a basic human need to eat well, to eat better food, to move more, and to sleep well. And then providing that environment by the ship owner, the port state authorities, and everybody involved, and including the personal leadership of the seafarer for themselves, taking care of themselves and taking to others. I'm gonna give 3 focus areas. It's about eat, move, and sleep. You will solve a lot of chronic illnesses, medical issues, fatigue will be less, and well-being, psychological contracts will be stronger. The collaboration, the focus is so much better, and ultimately leads to a high-performing team. So I have been asked that question by many customers, and I always say those 3 things: eat, move, and sleep.
Thank you, Didoi. So basic needs, so vital, and actually, as you said, we need to take more action. William, what would be your priority?
I'd have to concur with Kostas, actually. I think fatigue is our biggest issue. If I could actually change something, I think the one thing, I think Kostas laid it out very well with, and also Didoi to some degree with, what the issues are related to fatigue. But I think if I could change something, ideally would be increase crew sizes, the number of crew on board ship. I mean, to take over the workload and make sure the workloads are being covered, particularly as we all know, workloads kind of throw off any schedules, particularly when vessels are in port, loading and discharging cargoes, or going through heavy seas, whatever they may be. I think larger crews, 3 to 5 more on board ship, would be very beneficial. Again, that's a fantasy, but you said if there was something we could change, what it would be, that would be probably the thing that I think would be a positive, or would have a positive influence on the industry.
Thank you, William. And now, Kobe, what would you change first?
Yeah, I think I concur with Dido, and just to continue from where he suggested we go for in the context of eating. So good nutrition is not just important. I think it can be tracked and monitored, not just improve it, but also look into it from a measurement and tracking perspective, very much like we can track today sleep and workload. By doing so, we can try and correlate between that and fatigue and challenges in health, to try and get to a point where we can practically prove that better nutrition is a solid investment that would lead to additional budgets, to allocation of energy from owners and management companies, to practically see that investment in better nutrition pays off in the long term.
Thank you, Kobe, for highlighting this issue. And now, Maria, let me come to you for this priority round.
Yes, yeah, I think, Didoi put it nicely, right? Eat, move, and sleep. So in my view, whatever is healthy for other individuals is healthy for seafarers, and whatever is not healthy for other individuals is not healthy for seafarers, or whatever that impacts other workers' health and safety, it has also an impact on seafarers' health and safety. So if I had to prioritize, and based on what I mentioned before, I would also prioritize fatigue. It's a multifactorial concept, right? But in connection basically with sufficient sleep and rest times, and sleep and rest times of quality. Because we need to guarantee not minimum standards, because the standards we have for this in the industry are so minimum that are not healthy according to the health literature. And let me just emphasize this, or bring up this comment, because it's something that we are working on very much, or actively, and it's about working time. When we see the number of hours that seafarers work in comparison with any other workers, these very long hours are too long, that are dangerous for seafarers' health, because working very long hours impact on individuals' health, safety, and on their well-being, because then it doesn't allow them to have a good work and life balance, let's say. So this would be my priority, guaranteeing decent working time and fatigue matters related to sleep and rest time. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for highlighting this alarming aspect. Now, finally, and on the occasion of this year's Day of the Seafarer, I would like to ask each of you for a short final message. So what is your key message to industry stakeholders and to seafarers on building a healthier life at sea? Dido, I may start with you.
I'll just say it simply. Thank you for this opportunity again. Please take care of yourselves and take care of each other. I think we remember that we are good human beings, and there are still good things ahead. It's still a beautiful world, and I like positivity. There's no other way in these hard situations that we're all in. But basically, please take care of yourselves. It has to come from self, and be inspired to take care of each other, because nobody can do this alone. And as the panel is so varied now from different perspectives, if we work together, taking care of our own things, and then helping each other to take care of each other and take care of our work together, I think it will be a much, much better outcome than what we currently have. I still have hope for this industry. I believe that we have many steps in the right directions. There are players, owners, and regulators who want the same thing. So we just keep on talking, connecting, and do what we can. Please take care of yourselves and take care of each other.
Thank you, Didoi. And William, what is your key message?
Yeah, in the context of physical health, one of the things I would like to say, when we instituted our pre-employment medical exam program back in 2003, one thing we've emphasized through the years is that this is our pre-employment enhanced, more of an enhanced pre-employment medical exam that focuses on those things that we've seen historically have led to repatriations. And one thing we try to remind both the ship owners and the seafarers alike, that this is for the benefit of not only the ship owner, who are the members of the American Club, but this is for the benefit of the seafarer. And we also have a little extra in our pre-employment medical exams that talk about declarations. So if you do have a condition, the doctor sits down with the individual seafarer and has a discussion with them about what lifestyle changes, medications they need to take, things they need to do in order to better and to manage their health condition. As it was mentioned earlier, from the outset, we talked about medical conditions. Basically, it's not an issue of whether, in so many cases now, it's not whether somebody has a medical condition when they come on board ship, but which one do they have and how they're best managed. So the pre-employment medical exam program, pre-employment medical exams enhanced are really focused on, so the ship owner knows the condition that the seafarer's in, but also for the seafarer to know, hey, You're getting this medical exam that's telling you there are certain things you need to do to enhance your lifestyle and your not both offshore as well as on board ship. So we try to emphasize that, and that's an important thing I think we emphasize as it relates to physical health and the concept that we're talking about today.
Thank you, William, for highlighting prevention is important. Prevention is better than cure, actually. And now, Kobe, what is your final message? Sorry.
Yeah, so physical wellness at sea is really built in and structured on an everyday environment and small steps. Nutrition really shapes it as continuously as rest and exercise. As I see it, we live in a very, very interesting age of innovation. We see AI being deployed to solve problems, robots become part of our day in, day out autonomy of devices thinking and working for us. So, and I think right now we can see some benefits of such technology in creating, for example, fresh food or extending the life of food on board. I really encourage us all to try and look into such new technologies and figure out ways in which they will be able to elevate the level of food and wellness within a vessel while actually not creating a too significant impact as far as the budgeting, etc., etc. And I think the leverage that should be taken as far as innovative technology to make it happen are there already. We should just try and educate the ecosystem that these are things that should be considered and should be used in order to improve the day in, day out. So that's my message, I would say.
Thank you, Kobe. Thank you for highlighting how technology can help us. Maria, what will be your key message?
Yeah, my final key message would be to emphasize the link between this decent work and healthy work. Because I think this connection should be made in the industry and should penetrate the seafarers' minds, the industry narratives, and the regulatory frameworks we have in the industry. And I mentioned just before the working time in the industry and how this is not linked with a healthy environment. Consider the number of hours that seafarers work. And I think whatever is not good for others is not good for seafarers because, yeah, they are individuals as well. So then I think we need to offer them working conditions that are also acceptable in other work environments, not separate them or isolate them from what we offer or we have in other work environments, because if not, we are contributing to not creating the healthy work environment they live and working. This would be my key message.
Thank you, Maria. Kostas, let me close this round with you. So what is your key message?
Key message to seafarers, I have to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for everything you've done in the past, everything you continue to do now daily, and for everything you're continuing to doing by keeping world trade and the world economy afloat. But as I said, giving us everything from the clothes on our backs, the fuel in our cars, the heating in our homes, consumables, the screen that the screens we're talking via now. I would absolutely underline and put many exclamation marks over what Didoy said. Please take care of each other. You know, I know you're a floating factory, as it were, but you've got to take care of yourselves and each other because you're vital to the world economy, but you're vital to your families as well. So, you know, number one, take care of yourselves. You owe it to yourself and your families, as well as world trade. That's another entirely to stakeholders. My key message would be there is awareness, which is very good. It's fundamental, but awareness alone and discussion isn't enough. We need to move from discussion into action, but I don't believe in localized actions. It's a global industry. It's probably the world's first globalized industry. There need to be global solutions to all of this, all of the problems we face, and even with physical health, a global solution. Have the IMO and WHO, as well as port states, I keep on banging on about this, and traders and end users, as well as ship owners. There's only so much the crews and ship owners can do. We really need every other stakeholder involved in the maritime industry in this to be able to solve this. But again, thank you to seafarers for all that they do.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you actually all for your very strong messages. They remind us that healthy lives at sea actually depend on practical action, responsibility, and actually a genuine commitment to seafarers' well-being. Now it is time to conclude our discussion. I want to thank you to all our panelists. Again, thank you for sharing your valuable insights and highlighting the alarming trends, the ways to move forward in order to enhance physical wellness, which is essential for a safer, healthier, and more sustainable life at sea. So, thank you all. Thank also our audience for joining us today. We hope you enjoy the rest of the Crew Welfare event.
Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. This is Stella Kakuri from One Care Group. It is a pleasure to be part of this year's Crew Welfare Week, and on behalf of One Care Group, I'd like to thank Safety for Sea for the invitation. Today, we'll be talking about mental resilience in seafarers. So let's start by looking at what we mean by mental resilience. Mental resilience is our ability to adapt to stress and recover from difficulties, to stay balanced even when things get tough. It's not about being unshakable or emotionless. It's about bouncing back and staying effective when faced with setbacks. In the context of mental health, resilience acts as a protective factor. The stronger it is, the more we can manage stress without tipping into burnout or crisis. We all know that life at sea is demanding. Seafarers spend long hours in close quarters, often far from home, under continuous operational pressure. And when stress builds, it doesn't just affect one person. It affects teamwork, communication, and ultimately safety. In fact, most onboard incidents and operational failures are linked to human factors like fatigue or stress, not mechanical faults. And that's exactly why resilience matters in maritime. When people burn out, turnover rises and team stability suffers. So investing in mental health is also an investment in performance and safety. So if resilience is so critical, then the next question is, how do we recognize when it's starting to decline? Before stress turns into crisis, it often shows up as subtle changes, things that we can all notice. Maybe a crew member becomes quieter or irritable. Maybe someone's performance or motivation drops. Physically, we might notice increasing fatigue or changes in sleep patterns. Cognitively, people may become more forgetful, distracted, or begin to lose confidence. These are early signs that mental resilience is wearing thin, and that's exactly when we should check in and offer support. Once we recognize these early signs, we need to take actions, starting with what leaders can do, because resilient teams start with committed leadership. Leaders can set clear expectations through a crew wellbeing policy that covers rest periods, rotation schedules, and fair leave. They can enforce anti-harassment and bullying measures, providing a confidential pathway for complaints. And they can support the basics of physical health, like healthy eating on board, opportunities for exercise, opportunities for socializing while on board, or simply encourage time away from tasks. When leadership values well-being, it creates a culture where resilience can thrive. But it's not just about policies. It is also about being proactive. One effective practice is conducting mental health pulse checks, short, confidential surveys that ask about fatigue, mood, anxiety, and general well-being. These take only a few minutes, but they show the crew that mental health matters. The results are seen collectively, so no one is singled out. But management gains insights into the overall culture. This kind of feedback helps to spot issues early and build trust across the teams. Of course, resilience also depends on the individual. Each one of us can build and maintain it through healthy routines, adequate sleep, balanced eating, and regular exercise. It helps to stay socially connected, whether with shipmates or with family back home. Practices like mindfulness, journaling, or creative hobbies give the mind a break. Most importantly, recognize when stress is building and do not hesitate to reach out. Resilience includes knowing when to seek for help. When we strengthen mental resilience, everyone benefits. Operations run more smoothly. People make better decisions. Teamwork improves and accidents become less frequent. Turnover drops because crew feels valued and supported. And ultimately, a resilient team creates a positive onboard culture that attracts and retains talent. To sum up, mental resilience is the foundation of safe and successful maritime operations. Protecting it means protecting people and in turn protecting the vessel and the mission. It is a shared responsibility between leadership and crew alike. When we prioritize well-being, we not only safeguard lives, but also strengthen the maritime industry as a whole. Thank you.
So today, this is Tanuja here, and today we are going to talk a little bit about mental wellness among seafarers, a topic that has been in conversation for a while now and linked very closely to psychological safety as well. Before I jump in and talk a little bit about mental wellness, just to tell you who I am and what we do at Swastha. Swastha is a dedicated maritime mental health organization, and we work across various continuum of mental health services for seafarers, shore staff, as well as their family members, from a helpline to capacity building to crisis support, workshops, seminar, self-help tools, standard operating procedures around mental health, and so on. So moving on to the aspect that we were talking about, mental health among seafarers and why it is really critical that we talk about it right now. So when we look at mental health of seafarers, the way we see it is that its mental health is not a part of a particular program or a particular event that we might do for seafarers, but essentially it is something which is very closely linked to maritime safety risk. Now, the nature of the job of seafaring itself is such that it's a high-risk occupation, and isolation, fatigue, limited access are all aspects which are part of the structure of the job itself. So it is not an added newer aspect or challenge, but rather the design of the job itself is such that it holds some of these risk factors, which turn deterrently sort of create further mental health vulnerabilities. And therefore, the mental health vulnerabilities are also then immediately associated with safety, with also performance. So the number of incidents on board, the retention on board, the happiness index, all of those are associated with the kind of mental health experiences the crew is having on board. So when we're talking about mental health issues, really, the way we see it, mental health issues are merely the tip of the iceberg, which is there are some symptoms which are visible, sometimes in terms of conflicts, sometimes in terms of erratic behavior from a cadet or a crew member, or sometimes an extreme reaction to something traumatic that is happening. However, underneath the iceberg, there are certain factors which we can engage with and which we must engage with within the maritime industry. Which are very, very critical to ensure that we are not merely just responding to a crisis. So the aspect in terms of loneliness and isolation, again, something which has been long talked about and spoken about. Data and a lot of researchers do tell us that about 1 in 5 seafarers experience severe loneliness as well as isolation on board. Fatigue and incidents. Again, the incidents are very closely linked to fatigue, whereby we see sort of rest hours are not dedicatedly sort of accessed by seafarers. And that immediately can create an impact on their well-being and, of course, create an impact on their safety as well. Nearly 15 to 20% incidents that happen are linked to fatigue alone. And therefore, fatigue in itself is a critical epidemic that we must engage with, because if the body is not rested enough, then it's not going to be able to take care of itself. It's not going to be able to perform on job. We are also sort of seeing high levels of suicide rates. And now something which is very critical to be recognized over here is that when we talk about suicides among seafarers, the suicide rates among seafarers are much higher than the global average amongst any other workforces, which also tells us that the profession itself is creating some vulnerability for these individuals, which need to be looked at and catered into. We also see high degrees of depression and anxiety that is experienced, and many of these symptoms are reported during the contract periods. Now, at the bottom of all of this is also low help seeking. Many of these incidents or many of these issues, or even when we talk about incidents on board, none of them are aspects that happen overnight, barring a few issues. There is a slow build-up for mental health problems, much like any other problems, or much like health problems. But what is a very critical aspect that we must address is that there is low help seeking. There is stigma, there is fear that if I talk about it, will it impact my contract? Will it impact my career? Will it change my team members and crew members' behavior towards me? And that is something that keeps people from seeking help early on, which is when, if we intervene at that time, the costs are lower, the harm is lesser, and we are able to sort of facilitate better sustainability for the team members and for the seafarers. So what I want to talk about is also in summation too when we're talking about these issues. What we see is that structurally, the job is designed in a way that there is isolation. It is not an added challenge that some face, but rather it's part of the design of the job itself. There is limited social interaction, high workload, limited internet, and months away from your loved ones. You're also sharing the space with multiple different people who are from different contexts, different cultural identities, nationalities. Silence itself is something underreported. Distress, fatigue, rights violation is also something that is, there is a risk of stigma. There is a risk of outcomes negative outcomes in terms of if people do speak up. And therefore, silence is something that makes this problem worse. What is important for us to recognize is that when there are ships where there are no complaints or where nobody's talking about issues, that's not the best possible scenario. When there is safety, people will be honest and people will talk about their problems. And when they talk about their problems is when we can address it. So silence essentially is not a personal failing, but rather a very rational response that a seafarer might choose to a system which has not yet earned their trust. all of this contributing to a very significant cumulative load. We talk about aspects in terms of geopolitical risk zones, energy transition pressures, abandonment fears, administrative burdens, all of them have increased. And all of these aspects create a psychological load for the seafarer with no structured release that is offered. And in such a scenario, what is bound to happen is that many of these pressures are likely to compound in form of mental health pressures or mental health symptoms or disorders that we earlier saw. So, coming to sort of when we're talking about human sustainability in a big way as a part of this seminar and as part of this event, one critical thing is that we all here who have gathered have the intention to support our seafarers, have the intention to care for our seafarers. But there is a very important need for us to move from intention to action now. And there are some actions that I would like to leave you all with, to talk to you in terms of what is it that we could do if we were to support mental health and well-being for our seafarers. The first and foremost, when we're looking at sort of psychological safety, prioritizing it and linking it to in terms of psychological safety and looking at psychological safety as an asset. When we look at psychological safety, not as a soft skill or not as a good to have, but if there is good psychological safety, there is going to be better performance, there is going to be better retention, there is going to be better profits. So looking at it as an asset and integrating it as an infrastructure. So psychological safety, therefore, cannot just be offered through counseling help when there is a crisis, but needs to be designed through trainings, through two different people in terms of creating various layers of safety through one-to-one counseling, professional support, of course, but also managers, crews, peers, leadership, and who can all be trained to extend support and build sensitive care. Providing space for anonymous reporting with visible feedback in terms of what happened with regards to their reporting. So there is a culture where raising a concern is something that is accepted, but does not become like a career event. The second aspect, what I was talking about earlier also, is proactive and not reactive mental health support. When I'm talking about proactive support, that essentially means that not just waiting for the crisis to happen. Often when we offer support after a crisis or a big traumatic event or a big geopolitical event that has happened, there is a lot of built-up of distress that has already happened till that point of time. So tools like psychological first aid, building well-being ambassadors, and also offering regular openings in form of workshops to be able to release their stress are something which can really help in managing everyday mental health, so that if and when a big crisis happens, people are already sort of feeling regulated and anchored and are able to show up as their best selves. The last bit that I want to say is that the way we are looking at mental health, even in terms of minimum guidelines and minimum checks, what is bare minimum and what is mental health is not something which is good to have, but is rather a must have. And therefore, mental health, psychological safety should be linked to commercial accountability. When we're looking at sort of charterers, financiers, insurers, and sort of the way they sort of look at welfare performance, mental health and psychological safety should be a part of some of those decisions. Not just asking questions around, are you feeling psychological safe, but rather, do you feel safe to talk? Who is it that you talk to? What is the degree to which you can share? What are the kind of conversations or aspects that are present on ship and on board, which allow you to engage with your mental health, with your emotions? So really multiple checks that allow us to measure, but also not following those checks then can have some sort of a cost and some sort of an accountability. And when we look at psychological safety as a cross-cutting issue, which is measured across all of these indicators and all of these checklists, that is also when commercially it becomes something that ship owners or leaders start taking more seriously. So while we spend a lot of time talking about the importance of mental health, one aspect that really needs to be highlighted is the business case for mental health. that if we don't invest in mental health and psychological support for our seafarers, we will be looking at a workforce which is leaner. We will be looking at a workforce which is not as resilient, which is not as happy. And also then in return, it will mean that we have a workforce which is not able to be as productive. So with that, I would like to pause what I had to add. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you, Safety for Sea, for inviting me here.
Hello everyone, I'm Suchita Gupta from ISWAN, an operations coordinator and senior psychologist by profession. Today we are going to talk about something that affects every single seafarer at some point: stress and anxiety. It's a real part of life at sea, and the good news is there are practical things you can do about it. Firstly, before we go ahead, I would like to introduce our organization. A quick word about who ISWAN is. ISWAN stands for the International Seafarers Welfare and Assistance Network. It's a global not-for-profit organization, and it supports the seafarers and their families worldwide. Our purpose is to provide the support and resources to the seafarers and their families for the need of good physical and emotional well-being, so they are happy and healthy and have strategies to cope with life at sea. In times of mental or physical crisis, ISWAN provides external assistance for seafarers or their families. Our USP is ISWAN runs a seafarer helpline, which is 24/7, 365 days a year. It is free for all the seafarers and their family members. Seafarers and their family members can reach out to the helpline, and the helpline can speak more than 12 different languages. Whether it's a welfare issue, a mental health concern, or something else entirely, we are on the other end of the line, always completely free there for you. So stress. The WHO defines it as a state of worry or mental tension caused by a difficult situation. Key word there, natural. Stress is a normal human response. It's not a weakness. It's your mind and body saying something needs attention here. The problem is when it builds up and we don't address it. Here's something really important. Stress tends to spike when we focus all our energy on things we can't change. The weather, the contract length, what's happening at home. But there are always things within our control. How we respond, how we look after ourselves, who we talk to. We must always shift our focus there, on the things we can control, rather than focusing on the things which are out of our control. And when we consciously make this shift, things start to feel much more manageable and in our control. To help you remember the key strategies to take care of your anxiety and stress, we have put them into a simple framework. 5 letters, heart, 5 areas of your well-being. We will go through each one briefly. Here's the full picture. H stands for habit for the body. E stands for emotional check-ins. A stands for activate your mind. R stands for reach out. And T stands for think forward. Each one addresses a different part of your mental and physical well-being. None of them require anything fancy, just small, consistent actions. The key lies in consistency. We all know in today's times, all of these things play a very important role. But what we lack is doing everything on a regular and consistent basis. If we build consistency in these actions, life becomes a little more easier when the things are going difficult. We are able to handle the situations in a little better manner if we are consistent in taking care of our own self. We must not wait for things to go wrong and start applying these practical strategies. Instead, our suggestion would be mindfully, consciously, and consistently apply these simple strategies, these simple actions, and see what kind of a difference can it make. Let's start with the first one, your body. When we are stressed, basic routines often go out the window. But it is very important that we keep a routine, eating well, moving regularly, and getting proper sleep. These are genuinely protective. Even a short walk on a deck, a consistent wake-up time, or a proper meal makes a difference. Your body and your mind are connected. If you take care of your physical health, your mental health is taken care of, and it's vice versa. Next, very, very important, your emotional well-being. This is about staying connected to how you actually feel. Small little things, if you make them a part of your life, can make a big difference. Things, small actions like listening to music, which you enjoy, picking up a hobby which you like doing, writing things down, using humor. Trust me, laughter really does help. These aren't small things. They are how we process what we are carrying. And very, very important, don't wait until you are overwhelmed. Today, I'm feeling stressed, so I'm going to listen to some music. It will help. But if done regularly, consistently, doing anything which you like doing boosts your happy hormones. And when you are genuinely overwhelmed, all of these simple actions will be of great help. So be very, very mindful, be very, very regular, and check in within yourself regularly. Activating your mind. Studies have shown them. A restless mind under stress can spiral quickly. Keeping our mind activated is very, very important. But what we need to do, keep it occupied in a healthy way. Simple activities like reading something, learning a new skill, taking a break from screens if you have been on them too long, or listening to something very calming. Mental engagement gives stress less room to take over. When we are occupied constructively, we are keeping our mind active in a more positive and constructive manner. empty mind is a devil's house. The more we sit idle, the more we don't activate our brain constructively, the more stress builds up. We are giving enough room for the stress to take over. Instead, keeping ourselves productive, constructively occupied, we are not giving any space for stress to take over. This one is very, very simple but powerful. Don't isolate yourself. Simple things like talking to your family back home, just a small voice message or a little video call. And on board, invest in your relationship with your crewmates. A strong crew looks out for each other. You don't need to share everything, but connection matters enormously at sea. In today's time, when we have access to internet, we have our devices, each one of us gives more importance to engaging ourselves with the devices that we have rather than the humans that are there on board, which is why the connections are falling apart. During the time of difficulty, we feel isolated and lonely. Instead of spending time on your devices, build human relationships on board. A small little talk, just asking someone, "How are you?" and letting them know how your day is going makes a lot of a difference. The more you are connected, the more your time goes by smoothly and happily. So reach out to your loved ones and grow closer with the crewmates at regular and consistent times. Finally, look ahead. When you are stuck in a difficult stretch, having something to look forward to makes a real difference. Think about your plans after this contract. Make a vision board. Jot down your goals. Imagine where you want to be. What it will do? Something very, very simple. It will give you a purpose and perspective, even when the present feels tough. Something to look forward to. Something to tell yourself if you are in any difficulty. This too shall pass, and I'm going to be doing things which I want to do, which I have looked forward for very, very soon. So think forward. This is perhaps the most important slide. It's okay to ask for help. Talking reduces pressure. Trust me, it really does. You don't have to handle everything alone. If you are struggling, if you are not able to handle the difficult period you are in, if you are having troubles doing any work, focusing, handling the situations, please reach out. You may reach out to a crewmate you're close to, or maybe to a family member. And if none of this works, there are helplines like the ICE1 Seafarer Helpline and many more such support helplines where you can reach out to, where there is a safe space for you to pause, express, and reflect. And then work your way along in the difficult period. Support is always available. Asking for help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Times have changed, where mental health and well-being is looked upon in a very, very positive manner. People out there are not going to judge you or point fingers at you and label you as being weak because you asked for support. Openly Asking and talking about mental health and well-being is a sign of strength. And when you do so, you are creating a culture, an environment on board to talk about mental health more openly and not confide and struggle. That's everything from me. To summarize, stress is normal, but you have more tools than you think. Remember heart, habits, emotional check-ins, activate your mind, reach out, think forward. And if you ever need support, help is always there. Thank you so much from my end.
Okay, I'm Penelope Robotis at IMEX Center, and I'd like to welcome each one of you participating in this panel today. It's Dr. Asif Altaf, correct?
Inviting me?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Penny Blackburn, hello. Mr. Edward Clark, hello.
Hi, everybody.
Mrs. Sophia Rizu, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Hello. And Dr. Miss Michela Tere, am I pronouncing it properly?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, welcome. And Mrs. Tinek Zo, am I pronouncing your name right? I'm really sorry.
No worries, Tineke Kasut. Yeah, it's good. Thanks. Thank you.
So, okay. Well, welcome to this panel. This panel this session today is focusing on exploring mental health challenges that affect seafarers, the barriers that prevent seafarers from seeking help, and practical actions needed to build a more supportive, stigma-free, and psychologically safe maritime workplace environment. And just to kind of set the stage here, could each one of you, would you like to briefly describe how your organization or work supports seafarers' mental wellness?
I can start. Make it easier for all of us. I will break the ice.
Break the ice, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Sophia.
So, hi, everyone. I'm Sophia Rizu, Director of Client Success and Mental Health at Maritime Healthcare Group. But today I'm representing also WISTA Elas, and I'm very happy about it. But speaking about organizations, at least in my organization, what we are trying is a combination of preventive and reactive mental health service. That means that it not only includes the 24/7 support line, but we're trying via well-being trainings, critical incident response, and support for both seafarers and their families to offer something more comprehensive. And what we have learned over the years is that mental health, mental wellness at sea cannot be treated as a standalone issue. It is closely connected to physical health, safety, leadership, communication, fatigue management, and the overall onboard culture. So our objective is not only to provide support when someone is in crisis, but also to create environments where seafarers feel more comfortable seeking help early and before challenges escalate. And Every interaction reminds us that behind every vessel, every operation, and every KPI, there are human beings whose well-being directly impacts safety, the performance, and the rotation. So supporting mental wellness is therefore not only the right thing to do, it is also a critical operational priority for our industry.
Mrs. Rizzo, wonderfully said. Thank you. Somebody else would like to contribute?
Maybe I can start. I am Dr. Asif. I work for the International Transport Worker Federation. We represent like 16 million transport workers, but out of them, 500,000 seafarers. Wherever there's a seafarer, we have a trade union represent seafarer. Our main responsibility and objective is to have a decent work, good working condition. At the same time, we also believe that seafarer earn reasonably good salary in compared to the national average, but it's a tough job, it's a demanding job, and it's a very challenging job. So it's important that they have a good and decent job. At the same time, they are healthy and happy. And again, I think we are always talking about healthy seafarer, healthy, but we sometimes forget about the happy seafarers. I think it's very important that we all do things to make the seafarer healthy and happy.
Very much, Dr. Asif Altaf. Thank you. Somebody else would like to contribute, or should we move on to the next?
Can I? So
Of course.
of course.
Thank you.
So
I'd love to hear you.
For my point of view, I'm working in EMA Training Center Academy in Philippines, but in this moment, I'm also a PhD student, even if I'm not in the age of PhD, but I'm really proud of it because my PhD is in psychometrics. So what we are trying to understand is how psychometric tools work for seafarers and what can be done better in a tailored way to measure also mental health at sea. And because I think that measuring also in a good way the real situation of mental health is important. So in this moment, my job is focused on psychometrics, but what I also created in EMA is mental health awareness training that we give to the crew before to go on board, where we try to teach them how to recognize signs and symptoms of mental illness while they are at sea.
So
Thank you
I'll
for the
chip in.
input,
Dr. Ture. Thank you. Dr. Blackburn?
Sorry, Penelope. Yes, no, my name's Dr. Penny Blackburn. I'm a consultant clinical psychologist, and I've been working in the maritime industry now for about 10 years. Right back from before anybody had heard of mental health in the maritime industry, really. But these days, I run a not-for-profit Waypoint Maritime Community Interest Company. It's a not-for-profit which is unique, I think, in the industry, and our objective and aim is to advocate and support the implementation of best practice, evidence-based practice for mental health and well-being in the industry.
And I'm happy to follow up.
I like the evidence-based strategy, tactic, advocating, but also implementing evidence-based. Thank you. Thank you for the input.
Yeah, and thank you, Penelope. I'm Edward Clark. I'm the head of communications here at the Seafarers Charity. What our charity's been doing for more than 100 years is kind of twofold. We support delivery partners all over the world to be on the front line and deal with issues for seafarers as they arise, and that very much includes mental well-being, mental health, psychological safety, whether that's offering or funding and offering of confidential helpline, port visits, pastoral care, reporting networks, access to resources and training, or even just that listening ear, which seafarers tell us all the time and have told us for a long time that's what they really want and need often. And then the second part is advocacy, research, policy work to try and tackle things upstream, which a few other people here have said as well, which is so important about taking systemic issues facing seafarers and seafarers' mental well-being and trying to cut them off at source rather than forever dealing with the symptoms of that mental distress, perhaps as we see it. So it's very much a twofold approach that we take here at the charity.
Thank you for your input, Mr. Clark. I was just wondering, because I couldn't hear you very clearly, if anybody else is also dealing with the same issue, or is it just me?
I can't hear Mr. Clark very clearly either.
Oh, you couldn't hear him clearly either. Yeah, that's what I was speaking up, and I'd love to hear clearly your input here. I think it's valuable, and that the other members of the panel. So I don't know what is the problem. Is it a problem with connection? Is it?
Well, let me work on that while we finish off the introductions.
Okay, thank you. And Mrs. Zoe.
Yeah, thank you. So many amazing panelists here. But I'm a seafarer by trade, and I'm working in the industry for more than 20 years. And
Wow.
I work as a maritime workplace coach, basically came from a passion to help others dealing with mental health issues and diversity at sea and bullying and harassment based on my own experiences. And I am also a human factors expert and leadership coach, and I agree with so many of you that mental health is something that it cannot trade solely as a singled out item, but more as a deal with the culture issue as well. And there's so many other factors at play. So that's where I come in, and I hope I bring the human element a bit towards the industry, that you start with treating every single item on your list. So the leadership, the physical, from fatigue to food, and from leadership, well-being, and how to speak up. So it's not just one thing. You're treating the whole as a holistic item, and mental health is something that is a lot of the time seen as something that is quite a soft factor, and it's absolutely not. So that's what I would do. Thank you.
And if I heard correctly, you come from the seafarers, so you have all that experience. And thank you for your contribution. And I think that we as professionals outside the field have a lot to learn from people who've worked many years in the field. Thank you. Okay, so if I am allowed to just quickly go and ask, are you seeing, what would you say are mental health concerns are you seeing more often today? And where do you believe that the industry should be focusing its attention?
Shall I start again? The circle looks like.
Great. It's really, you've been a very helpful panelist here for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So, while every seafarer's experience is unique, there are several themes that consistently emerge in our work. And the most common issues we encounter, we all know, are chronic stress, it's anxiety, fatigue, loneliness, the family-related concerns, interpersonal tensions on board. In many cases, these challenges do not present themselves at what people traditionally think of as a mental health problem. Instead, they appear as sleep disturbances, irritability, difficulty concentrating, low motivation, physical symptoms, or even increasing conflict among the crew members. So we're also seeing concerns around uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, the extended contracts, the crew shortages, the concerns about family well-being back home, the economic pressures. Dr. Said mentioned earlier about the financial issues. And perhaps the most important point is that many seafarers still wait too long before seeking support. So the stigma surrounding mental health, yes, has improved through the years. It's not the same as when we started, but it has not disappeared. Many crew members still worry that asking for help may be perceived as weakness, or it could affect their career progression. So I believe that there are three key areas where the industry can make a meaningful difference. First, we need to continue reducing stigma by normalizing conversations around mental well-being. Second, we need to invest, I believe, more in leadership. Captains and senior officers have an enormous influence on psychological safety on board. So the ability to communicate openly, to build psychological safety, as the psychologists use this term. And third, we need to shift from a reactive approach to a preventive one. Mental wellness should not only become a topic after an incident occurs. So regular well-being initiatives, trainings like the one Dr. Terey mentioned before, family support programs, access to professional services. So ultimately, mental wellness should be embedded into everyday operations and safety culture and not treated as a separate initiative. I will put a full stop here to give the ability the rest to speak also.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to put it a little differently. I think we all know that mental health issue for seafarers. There's no argument, like no discussion needed. We all know. I think the two trends which I feel quite alarming and could be quite alarming even in the future. So like I work for the ITA for 20 years, and last 12 years I work in mental health. So when I go to Philippines or India or Indonesia 10 years back, a seafarer would say, I want my son, especially son, want to be a seafarer. Now I go to Philippines, I go to India, I go to other country. I don't see seafarer saying, I want my son or daughter want to be seafarer. So why they don't want? They feel that it's not like it's nothing, not much has been done to take care of their younger kids, So I think this trend is quite. And again, when I go to Philippines, India, in the past, a young seafarer wanted to be a captain and chief engineer. Now the turnover rate is so high. After 5-7 years, seafarer want to come back to the shore. They don't want to be a seafarer any longer. So I see this trend, and if this trend continues, that could be a really shortage of quality seafarer, qualified seafarer in 10 years' time. That's one point trend I'm seeing. Another thing that ITF, we have a full-time support system where seafarer write to us about back pay, food, I want to go home. There's issue on the contract. For last 3 to 5 years,
Dr. Asif, I don't know if you can hear me, but we have lost.
Yes, I think we've lost him. I'll pick up where he was talking, and he can carry on when he comes back.
Right.
I think Sophia summed up the issues so beautifully, and I think Saeed also, talking about retention being a problem. These things this is really critical. I think. For me, I don't see a huge change in the issues that seafarers are facing. What I do see is a lot more awareness in the industry around mental health and people talking about it a lot more. But I'm not sure that we're focusing where we need to focus. I think a lot of times we're focusing as an industry on initiatives, on response mechanisms, on campaigns, on resilience and things like that. But there's lots of new companies, there's lots of awareness, there's lots of talk, But actually, it's just that we're not seeing change in the statistics. So the Marine Benefits Refresh Wellbeing report, for example, mental health actually got worse in 2022 from 2020. Last year, the Guard report said that there were more fatalities by suicide than there were by accidents on board the vessel. The Seafarers Happiness Index fluctuates but doesn't really change. And so I think there's something not working, and I think we need to change our approach to mental health and well-being. And I'm sure we'll come on to much more discussion about that later. Saeed, I just picked up where you left off because your internet
sorry, I
glitched and you
sorry for
froze.
that.
So do please carry on.
I think you cover it. I think something is not right. I'm sure like we are all saying we are working on mental health. Something should not be right, because otherwise how, like, for example, I saw many fathers like has son captain, father, son together working even. And now this is not, this is going. There's like, so why this is happening? So there has to be some reason. So yeah, I just want to say that. And as Penny mentioned, it's not anybody's data, is coming from the insurance P&I club, who are saying more suicide than accident. So this is a reality. And again, sometimes it's very difficult to say suicide, is it like, so some things are right, we need to make it right. And maybe this forum can put some light on this. And
I think your contributions already are very enlightening. So would the rest of the panelists would like to contribute to this question? And
I would like only to add something, because my doctorate is giving me the possibility to extrapolate, to study the literature till now, what scholars wrote regarding maritime psychology. And what I can say is that seafarers are, first of all, a unique group of people, but they are part of our society, and it's not a secret that especially among young generations, mental health issues are growing in terms of numbers. And what I can notice, and what I can say, is that it's not the sea that has changed, because the sea was always difficult to live. I am a daughter of an ex-seaman, so I know very well what it means being a seaman and being a family of the seamen. But in my opinion, what changed nowadays is the price that people wants to pay to be a seaman. So it's more and more difficult to limitate social life, for example, because all of us, even if we have our professions, we love to go out with friends. We love to have our gym friends, and even if we have our own family, so sociality is very much important for our satisfaction in life. So what it is notable today is that some of the people that before was obliged to go at sea, they are trying to find something different, because life at sea is something that now they don't want to do anymore, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can hook
somebody else
into
would like
that.
to contribute?
Yes, thank you. There's so
Thank
many
you.
amazing things being said. I want to look into that. There seem to be two things going on in the discussion as well. We were talking about the younger generation don't want to go back to sea anymore, or don't want to stay there. And I can vouch for that, having clients in my coaching practice, to having young seafarers saying after one session, I don't want to go anymore, because that's definitely a sort of almost different discussion, because their mental health, they're more aware of their mental health. I don't think it's necessarily they struggle more than the older generations, but the older generations keep silent a bit more and maybe plow on a bit more, which is even more dangerous, because when you see that at sea and you don't pick up the signals, because resilience is so much, advertised, like you have to endure, and that's the danger of staying silent, of not having a psychological safe environment, that there's a switch all of a sudden. You don't see it coming, the breakdown, you don't see it coming, and that's a difference from the younger generations. I think they're much more vocal about it. So we need to be aware of that. And there is this emotional exhaustion as well as global, what we see globally happening right now. If I had known that when I was going to sea, I would never even have tried it, because the seafarers now, they don't feel seen and valued. If I ask anybody of my family of non-seafarers, they have no idea what it means. There's even in a pandemic, you know, unless there's a parcel stuck in the Panama Canal, they have no idea what seafarers mean. So, and then they feel unvalued. I think there's an emotional exhaustion there that we need to be aware of.
Okay. Well, thank you. I
I
think
could just add one thing and give me a wave,
Yes.
if you can hear me. Is it a bit better now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. So I think we're having this conversation at a very interesting time for seafarers, given the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of those rare occasions where seafarers are pushed into the public spotlight and there's heightened awareness. But I think it really does just give a glimpse into issues which aren't temporary, whereas the media attention tends to be temporary and follow the sort of western warp of politics and the news cycle. What we are seeing, and what I've been seeing for sure, is what a couple have alluded to, which is potentially people wanting to move out of the industry due to the challenges they're facing, which definitely includes mental health challenges and mental wellness challenges. 20,000 seafarers stuck in the Straits of Hormuz. If and when that situation eases, you've potentially got 20,000 people with post-traumatic stress disorder, with scarring, with the real issues with what they've gone through, and that is going to potentially push people out. So one of the trends which is most worrying, I think, is geopolitics pulling seafarers in and really making them go through the ringer, which is going to put more pressure on them, their families, and then the wider supply chain as well.
Yes, the geopolitical tensions out there are already affecting not only the career prospects, but people entering this profession. So, and I guess given the questions here, I think we pretty much answer about the alarming trends in the industry and describing the current state of mental wellness among seafarers. How would you describe it?
I thought to give the first.
Sophia, apparently you like to take the.
I thought to wait, maybe someone else
wants
to start first this time. So as Penny mentioned, definitely the awareness has improved over the last few years, which is encouraging. Okay. Mental health is not that much a taboo topic as it used to be in many organizations. But however, awareness does not necessarily mean that the problem has been solved. So I think we have a lot to do still. So what concerns me the most is that stress is increasingly becoming normalized. Seafarers are expected to manage long contracts, all these problems that the geopolitical uncertainty, the operational pressure, and often reduced opportunities for shore leave. So many continue to function and perform, but that does not mean they are well. So I think recent industry research, I can't recall right now which one, but I can find out, is showing us that mental health well-being is directly linked to physical health, safety, retention, and performance. So I believe that we should stop viewing mental wellness as a welfare issue and start viewing it as a business and safety issue as well. So this is how I would describe.
I think that's an interesting point. I think again, like if you look at the welfare organizations are working for hundreds of years, and which is needed. A welfare organization is needed, as you mentioned, and they are a very integral part for the seafarer life. But I think, as you mentioned very rightly, healthy, happy seafarer are directly related to safety of the ship. I think, again, when I look at the employer side, they are doing as okay, it's our welfare responsibility. It's our welfare. We have to do something for the seafarer, 24/7 phone line service and all that. But and we all need, especially the employer side, need to understand that this is, as you mentioned rightly, what business matter also. Because if a seafarer is healthy and happy, he or she will concentrate in the work, can take the right decision. Like as a medical psychologist, I know that classic symptom of stress, when too much stress, is confused, cannot take the right decision. A captain or a chief engineer, a bosun, whatever your role, the right decision at the right time is the most important thing. So again, I am stressed for whatever reason, company, show leave, and I'm sure we can talk about the show leave, but that can create a big issue to the company. Safety will be compromised. There could be an accident, and which can be avoided by taking care of the seafarers. But I really think, as you highlighted, it's not a welfare thing. It's a business thing. Again, we want the company to do good business and also share that profit with the workers. As a trade union, we want that. But it cannot be just a welfare thing. It should be integrated part of the maritime industry, where seafarers' mental health and well-being is directly related to the safety and the operation and the profitability altogether.
Safe. Would somebody else like to contribute to?
Yeah, I want to. Thanks for the answer. That is a really good connection with the safety, and I agree with all of you that the action is lacking. We all know the mental health the awareness has been growing, and a lot of companies and captains and owners, crew agencies jump on board. And a poster on the bridge is not enough. Like, oh, we need to speak up, or when you see something that is happening, you need to speak up. But it's one thing to say it, and another thing being on the ship and sail with the culture that doesn't match with you. I think we need to be aware that it starts with the culture, changing the culture, and the culture did not change. It simply didn't, and we hear that from seafarers on board. So how you start with changing the culture, it takes a long time, and it starts with leadership on the shore side as well, to understand what's actually happening and what the seafarers need. So it's not as long as we have posters on the bridge and wellness, and I know, because I spoke to somebody not that long ago, they say they, for a captain owner or the crewing agencies, from ship management companies, anything, some of them don't want to invest in mental health and well-being, because they see it as a singled out soft factor, like, and they don't see it as something that's connected to the safety of the ship. But when an accident happened, there's a lot of money involved, and somehow the link is not there. So yeah, that's echoing what Asif and Dr. Penny and Sophia already said as well.
Though it's more than a culture issue. I mean, I think we need culture change to address stigma and to encourage people to speak out earlier. But actually, I think Saeed is really right that it's a health and safety issue. And I really like, Sophia, when you said that stress is being normalized. Everybody says, oh, it's stressful being a seafarer, as if that's okay. It doesn't make it okay. It's a serious risk for physical and mental health stress. The other thing that's normalized is fatigue. And work and rest hours, and it's completely seen as, well, it's just, that's the way it is, that's how it works at sea. We have these hours of work and rest, minimum manning hours, which everybody suggests are not always complied with. And yet we're not doing anything about the sources of stress or the sources of fatigue. And yet we know that when people are stressed, when people are fatigued, as Saeed so well put it, That's when accidents happen. That's when poor decisions are made. That's when people are distracted. That's when they're not able to function effectively. And we know people are much more likely to have accidents when they're stressed or when they're fatigued. So it's a real health and safety issue. And in the UK, there is legislation that says every UK company has to do a stress risk assessment. And that is common across the world. In the UK, it's probably our best kept secret, but actually it's really important. And I don't know of organizations that are really actively doing that, but it's starting to come into the courts of law where actually people are being held accountable of whether they have a stress risk assessment, whether they've done a compliance plan. And there's an international safety, health and safety standard around psychological health and well-being at work, again, that we all ought to be compliant with. So we really need to be shifting our mindset from it being a soft issue to it being a health and safety issue, I feel.
Dr. Blackburn. Would somebody else like to contribute to this question?
Yes, only from my
Thank
point
you,
of
Mr.
view.
Penny.
First of all, for me, it's an honor to be with Dr. Penny because I made with her a training in mental health awareness, and I became a trainer for after the training course that I did with her. So it's an honor to be with her. And I want only to add that, in my opinion, and from my perspective, I'm a psychometrician, it must be also implemented the system of pre-medical screening on mental health. I'm in that field now, and what I noticed is that the tools that usually we use for the pre-medical examination regarding mental health are practically incapable to discriminate if someone is already suffering before to go on board. I spoke with a lot of psychologists in Philippines that are in charge during the pre-medical, and they use tools based on 5-factor personality model and with that one, you cannot say if someone is unfit in a specific moment of their life to work. And in my opinion, this could be an hole in the system because, of course, it's not a question to discriminate someone if in that moment of the life they are suffering from some problems. But of course, we have to know if someone has already problems in terms of mental illness before to go on board. So also this part could be implemented a bit more. Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Teray, thank you very much. Anybody else would like to contribute, or can we move on to the next questions? Okay. Now, you've been talking quite a lot about some of the trends, how mental health is related to safety on board. And I heard quite a few mention about the role that companies or leadership can play. Because mental health, first of all, should not just be a welfare issue. It is directly connected to safety and physical health risks. And I would like to, skip to question number 3 instead of asking you the main barriers that prevent seafarers from asking, and what role could leadership on board play in supporting mental wellness and creating psychologically safety on board?
I think that when we're talking about leadership, it's 2 things. One is the company leadership, and again, and another is the captain and chief engineer on ship. So I think many of the companies are taking mental health seriously, and they really want to do something because they also start seeing the connection between safety and the mental health and the well-being of the seafarer. But I think this message does not always convey to the captain or the chief engineers because they have they're accountable to do this thing in a very strict way. Like if they have to move from here to there, and they have a very strict protocol. So I think, again, visiting a ship, talking to the senior officers a lot, I think there's a bit of disconnection about the human element on the ship from the senior management, because sometimes senior management on ship are so much into the operational side, and also too much into the business side, too much into the company procedural protocol, and the issues of seafarers' well-being, mental health is sometimes overlooked. So I think when we are talking about leadership, it's not about the company, is also more important to me on ship. And we are talking about culture. Penny mentioned about the culture. Yes. Again, when we want to change the culture, company can have a very good policy. Companies say, yes, we care. And many companies do care. I must say, they do care. But what about the leadership on ship? Because on ship, there's 9 months or 6 months for an officer, and there's company policies. It does not mean anything to a seafarer. It's about the senior people, captain, chief engineer, the bosun, who is the like more of a rating side head. So I think they need to be really make accountable that they have to do something for the well-being of the seafarers, and it's not just giving them the instruction, but they need to really do something proactively. Yeah. So for me, leadership is not just a company. Leadership is more onboard ship where the seafarer is living 6 to 9 months.
Thank you, Dr. Asif. Now, who would like to contribute, share their input? What role can leadership on board?
If that's okay, just because I think Syed raised such a good point. It put me in mind of a conversation I was having quite recently with someone at the Nautical Institute, themselves a seafarer of long standing. And we were saying how the skills that senior leaders on board ships have now and need now are probably quite different to the ones which their leaders and their senior officers needed and had when they were younger and starting out in their career. So there's a lot of sort of willingness to help, but not necessarily actually having the skills that leaders need on board to be able to help the ratings and the younger seafarers, especially who are on their ship. One of the initiatives we actually support the Nautical Institute with is a series of leadership and management training courses. The feedback from those courses has been really positive in terms of people who've gone through it just feel better equipped to help other people. I think we all look to leaders around us. We all look to experienced people in kind of any profession, any walk of life, especially in that seafaring environment. You almost have no other option. So when we talk about leadership, I think really strong leaders are those who not only want to help, but also might be able to recognize their own shortcomings and develop and build the skills that they need to support seafarers going through mental wellness challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Edward Clark. And Dr. Blackburn, you have your hand up, so I'd like to hear you.
Yes, I was just going to add. I mean, I think you've talked a bit about the Nautical Institute leadership training, and I think we are seeing more leadership training now within the industry. I think even a year or two ago, we were seeing very, very little of that, and that people were promoted into the leadership positions on board vessels through technical skill. And had very little. They had the helm, but it's a very short course, and it doesn't. And we all know that leadership, particularly when you're living and working together with people, is a really tough thing to do well. So quality leadership is so important, and I think seafarers without fail will tell you that the morale on board the vessel comes down to the top four, particularly the captain, but essentially, but those senior officers. And so it's so important, and they can affect the morale in many different kinds of a way, but they're also able to model professionalism and model problem solving and model self-care. they're the ones that can give permission for social interaction initiatives on board the vessel or say no. They're the ones that are able to see the impact of workload, monitor hours of work and rest. So they have lots of different responsibilities which all contribute to seafarer well-being, not only being able to recognize the early signs and encourage people to actually seek help and support, which is really important, but also in practical ways as well. And I think we need to remember, though, that the seniors, particularly the captain, is under an enormous amount of pressure themselves. And there's a lot of commercial pressures, and it can be a very difficult position to be in. So I think we also need to think about how do we support our senior leaders on board the vessel in order to be good leaders for everybody else's sake as well.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Totally agree that it's, it's like when I was teaching this parent sessions, it's also the parents that need help. So the top officers also need the support. And a lot of times, in my experience within working and training, is that they don't get the support they need from the companies. So leadership is not just on board what leaders on board can offer and support seafarers' mental wellness, but also how the companies can support. Yes, I totally agree. It was a beautiful point. Would somebody else would like to contribute? What role does leadership on board can play in supporting mental wellness and creating psychological safety?
That's only a small thing to add because it's been so wonderfully put by Dr. Pani and Said. As I lived and breathed on board as a seafarer as well, and being with many different type of leaders working as well, it's a different type of leadership style than we used to do. And it's one thing to say easy. Of course, it's hard to be on board with the top four, and people with the most technical skills would be promoted, but with the seafarer gap going on, we don't have a lot of options to do differently, but we can lead with empathy. There's a difference in teaching people empathic leadership or human-centered leadership than leadership as we did it as an executive course back on shore. There's a different way of taking action and listening carefully to what your surrounding is telling you. What kind of signals do the crew giving you? And with that comes a responsibility of a huge awareness first of where you are as well. And sometimes with the enormous amount of workload, pressure and fatigue on board, there's simply not enough time to build that awareness, because sometimes it's just pure survival. So it's one thing to teach people, we need to have empathic leadership, and the other is like if the other issues of fatigue and mental workload isn't fixed, you cannot build empathic leadership either. So
thank you very much, Mrs. Zoe. Anybody else would like to contribute?
Yes, my colleagues already said a lot of insightful yes, things, but I would like only to add, okay, leadership is what we call a soft skill. So all of us has a certain amount and also a certain type of leadership by default, because it's a personality factor, more or less. So we can, of course, teach how to manage our own way to express our leadership. But one question that maybe leaders on board have to do to themselves is the crew capable to express a mistake without being criticized or humiliated? This is something that creates, in my opinion, a good climate on board, what we call psychological safety, the possibility to express a mistake or a problem that could be among the crew, could be something that happened ashore. And sometimes I can say that this sensation of safety and it's difficult to create nowadays on board. And maybe for the commercial pressure, maybe there's still a stigma regarding admitting some difficulties, and this is something that can, in my opinion, create big problems in terms also of safety at sea.
Hey, so thank you very much. Would somebody else like to contribute? Because it's just following your last point, I kept thinking, so what are the main barriers that prevent seafarers from speaking openly? Because we've been talking about psychological safety, we've been talking about how leadership needs to change. And I was just wondering, what do you think the main barriers are that prevent seafarers from openly speaking about mental health or seeking help? And I know there are quite a few helplines, applications out there, and digital tools. Yet in my experience working over the years with seafarers, I see that they're reluctant.
I agree with you, Penelope. Yeah, I mean, definitely they are reluctant, but you know, from my experience, I think that the biggest barrier remains fear. Fear remains there, and the fear of being judged, the fear of appearing weak, depending on their culture, the fear of damaging future career opportunities, the fear that confidentiality may not be respected. So I think that overall fear is still keeping them back. Many seafarers still believe that asking for help could impact promotions, contracts, or how they are perceived on board. And it has happened to our support line. I mean, before a seafarer starts the session, the first thing he asked the psychologist is, am I going to be fired? I want to be sure that I'm not going to be fired. So, and then the second barrier, again, from my perspective, is cultural. We work in a global industry where attitudes toward mental health vary greatly, and I don't need to mention nationalities that they are more open to this and not. But in some cultures, discussing emotional struggles is simply not something people are encouraged to do. So this is why trust and confidentiality are absolutely essential, to my opinion, at least on this. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And again, if you look at the psychological counseling service, I know minimum there are 10 big psychological 24/7 psychological support system. And if I don't really know the global ones, but I know quite a number of big ones. How many calls they receive a month? It's so little. Like there are 500,000 seafarers sailing at any given point of time, and number of phone calls to this number is so little. So again, you are completely right. Fear about that. Again, I think that's the leadership at onboard ship is very important. Again, the captain, when they have this discussion, they have this safety briefing on board ship. They have all the staffs on board ship. They talk together on different issues. I think more and more the senior leadership on board ship saying that we care about your well-being, we care about your mental health. Is okay not to be okay. Like I'm wearing the t-shirts called "Okay Not to Be Okay," saying that it's okay not to be okay. Yes. At certain point, you can be sad. At certain point, you can be stressed. Something happening at home, your child is not well, your mother is in hospital. So it's okay not to be okay, but talking about it, talking about sadness, and again, it's not mental health. Mental health, we are not talking about depression. We are not talking about anxiety. We are talking about stress. We have to understand that, to me, from the ITF side, we are not talking about, we don't want depression. We don't want anxiety. We want seafarer manage their stress. for them to manage their stress, I think the open environment discussion on board ship is so important. Encouraging people to share, okay, tell me how's things going on at your home. Is everything okay on board ship? If the captain, chief engineer, always talking about that, share your feeling with me. I think the culture will change. At this moment, the ship is like a rope, like it's like is a very rigid environment, in some very mechanical environment, where the human element is missing. I visit a ship a lot. They're so tired and so fatigued, and so bothered with the procedures, ship inspection, port inspection, this procedure, this paper, this requirement for the company. The human element is really missing. And again, I would say when we're talking mental health, to me, it's not about depression, anxiety. We are not here to treat depression, anxiety. We are not here to manage depression, anxiety. We should try more on managing stress, simple stress. I am sad because something is happening at home. If we can do that human part on ship more, I think then it will become normalized. Then I will make a phone call. Okay, I want to consider my daughter is so sick. I am so sad. What I do? So it's not mental health, it's about managing stress. I think that we need to emphasize more.
Just to add something to what just Dr. Said said, and I completely agree. I think sometimes, not sometimes, in the majority of times, this mental health support line is very badly misunderstood, because as just Dr. Said said, people believe that they need to reach out to this service, or they need to reach out for this support, or for whatever, only if they have depression, or only if they have something very severe, which is not the case here, as Dr. Said just very nicely pointed out. I completely agree.
I think we need to also recognize, I think you're completely right, that people reaching out earlier is important, but I think we need to be realistic about it. I mean, how many of us actually call an anonymous helpline when we're struggling? It takes a lot to do that. And I think often, we can support people to recognize signs in others and have that conversation and encourage them to access help and support. But I think actually taking the step for yourself, you have to self-identify as having a problem, and perhaps to be told that you have some kind of mental health problem or mental illness, and people are terrified of that. And I think you're absolutely right, Sophia, when you talk about fear. And that fear of losing your job, that fear of not getting promoted, that fear of the consequences. You can tell people it's confidential till you're blue in the face, but it will not work. People don't trust it. And so, it's such a tricky thing, I think, for people to actively reach out and ask for help and support. I think we need to somehow be focusing on prevention rather than just putting in helplines to pick up the pieces by the time people are calling, often they are struggling much more than if they could have been supported earlier. And that's difficult, that's tricky.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The support line is the reactive measure. We need to do something before that, as you just said, yeah.
And again, we don't need the psychologists all the time. The crew need to talk to each other. It's about sharing the feeling. When I say my mother is hospitalized, other crew say, yes, it happened to me last year. Don't worry, your mother is the best hospital. So we have to understand it's not about psychological counseling all the time. It's about creating that environment of people sharing their feeling. It's okay not to be okay. So it's not about psychological counseling. I think the more seafarer talked about their feeling, ventilate out their sadness, ventilating out their stress more and more on board ship, and again, I think it will be more normalized, and I think it will be better for everybody. And again, the mental health comes with a negative connotation in different part of the world. The word mental health is a very tricky word in many parts of the world. Like I live in the UK for the last 20 years, but I know in Bangladesh, if I use the word mental health, people will react very differently. In UK, we have a very good NHS system, so mental health is very normal thing. So it's all about sharing the feeling. It's all about managing stress. It's all about ventilating out, or it's all about speaking out, not to the psychologist, to the crew. So talk to each other, like share your feelings, and that's really helpful. For me personally, whenever I said I have someone, a friend to talk to, or I'm something happening at my home. So it's all about sharing things. So it's not about psychological counseling. It's not 24/7 counseling. It's not going to a doctor. It's all about sharing the feeling and encouraging the
Can
safe
I add to
environment.
that? Can I add to that? Because I'm thinking, like, what there is always a certain amount of type of people who would never in a million years gonna call a helpline. So rather than keep on echoing, it's like, oh, we need to speak up, it's okay not to be okay. And although I totally believe in that, but there's a lot of big percentage of people, especially seafarers, who would never do that. I personally wouldn't even go to a GP because I firmly believe that it's like a total waste of time. Like at least calling a helpline, because I firmly believe that it would not help me. And if you are on board and you believe that it's not your problem, but it's their problem or the culture's problem, and nobody's ever gonna do something about it, we're fighting against human nature. And it will never fix anything because we keep echoing the same thing over and over again to keep, we need to speak up, we have helplines. And what if we work with it rather than against it? I think we need to think differently and come up with different solutions if people simply do not want to talk or speak up about it or call a mental helpline. And if we like, there are people working on individualized AI apps in, and I know I'm going to say something that probably going to be shot down, but I'm just a messenger here. Let people fill in their mental health issues, and they're going to be getting an answer directly from AI-based models, and it helps them on the spot. I know I don't say that it's a good model. I say it's maybe we need to change our thinking and our systems because we're getting stuck in this type of support because people, I think it's against human nature.
I think actually the AI model is extremely dangerous. I don't think AI is capable yet of offering the right kind of support. And I actually stuck into ChatGPT this morning and in advance of this meeting to see. So I put it into ChatGPT and I said, what do you think of AI offering mental health support? And it came back with 12 different points, none of them positive. It said AI may appear therapeutic without being clinically safe. It said it has poor crisis recognition and escalation. It said there's a false reassurance of harmful validation. I think these things we really need to take seriously, and we are seeing some AI offers out there at the moment, but I wouldn't trust my mental health to an algorithm right now. I think we really, really need to be careful around that. But what we can do, and there's lots that we can do, but it's about shifting from response to prevention and promotion, supporting seafarers to thrive rather than just putting in response mechanisms. I mean, I do think I'll put in a little quick plug for helplines because I don't think they're completely useless. I think they're really important. We have to have those, but they are the response mechanism. They are the ambulance. They're not the primary healthcare. So we really need to be shifting emphasis because that's where we're lacking, I think, in the industry at the moment. So we need to be doing much more around prevention and supporting healthy work, healthy conditions, things that support seafarers to thrive on board.
Penny, I fully agree. I got a phone call from our inspector in Newcastle today, and he said, I'm so worried. I talked to one seafarer in Newcastle. He has an AI buddy. So dangerous. Like instead of human being, a seafarer talking to AI buddy, and that is so dangerous, as Penny mentioned. I think we need to have more human interaction on ship, and we need to normalize that stress is okay. And I fully agree with you, Penny. We need 24/7 counseling, but that's a more of a reactive response. And when nobody can help, I have someone to call. But is AI in next 2-3 years? I think we will be more difficult situation. Already people using AI buddy. I got a phone call from our inspector. Asif, you need to think about it. It's so risky. So we need to be mindful. There's
It's happening. It's already happening. They're already using, the younger generations using it as is their life dependent on it. And it's what what Penny said, it's an ambulance. It's not, we cannot, without fixing the root cause, this will not be a solution. But it's also a fact to take it on board that people use it as a lifeline instead of calling a helpline. I didn't come up with it, so, and taking away the human connection on board by having less crew, more technology, which actually makes people more unhappy with more technology on board, with digitalization, more admin, more fatigue, less humans on board to talk to. Everybody's locking themselves up in their cabin with the mobile phone because we have satellite connection now. It's getting worse. So people somehow see a ChatGPT as a buddy to talk to, and that is, how sad is that? Did we set something in motion by this that we cannot stop? I'm afraid we're, there's a doom and gloom that can we stop this from happening?
Sure, we can't, but I do think that both you and Saeed make really important points about social interaction on board. And I think when we're doing mental health awareness training and trying to teach people to be able to recognize the signs early and have a conversation, it is those kinds of conversations that make a difference. But I think, Saeed, what you're saying is that actually just encouraging normal human social interaction on board the ship is really important in supporting people's well-being. And I think you're absolutely right. And I know iSwan's done quite a lot of research in social interaction matters research around kind of how to support that on board vessels. And I think building a culture and a community of crew on board a vessel where people interact with each other and naturally chat to each other about their lives, their families, and so on. Those are the things that can support people's well-being, instead of just kind of, as you say, Tineka, that people often end up going back to their cabins because they're exhausted and they're fatigued and they're then isolated further. And we need to shift all of that again, I think. And I think, Michaela, you were saying this as well with your father being a seafarer. My father was a seafarer as well, but there was a huge amount more social interaction at that time. There was the crew mess, there was drinks before dinner, there was shore leave, there was, it's a different place today than it was then. And so we need somehow to revive some of that camaraderie that was on board vessels in the past.
And I fully agree with Penny. It's not about sharing the sadness, it's sharing the good news. My daughter just graduated. I'm so happy for that. I think it's not, like, again, we have to understand that we are not, it's all about socialization. Like, it's just, I cannot be on this. I just cannot be on this. So when we are talking about ventilating out, sharing, it's not about sharing, I'm so sad. I am very happy my daughter got first in the class. I'm so happy that when I go back, there'll be sister's marriage ceremony. So when these things happen, that there's an open environment on ship, a safe open environment on ship, and people will talk more. Then they will talk about, okay, I'm sad. When they feel comfortable sharing good things, they will also be open and comfortable sharing not the bad things about their sadness and all. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank you as we're coming to the end of our panel discussion, and you've touched quite a few of the points that were basically answer quite a few of these questions. But there's one question that I have as a moderator here. You're talking the last 15, 20 minutes about building a culture on board, a culture that supports mental health of seafarers, wellness, how they can connect, interact, and support each other instead of using ChatGPT or AI bodies. And I was just had this question: how can companies better equip masters, officers, and crew members, not only to recognize early warning signs as we do through the mental health awareness groups, but to build to be able to build a culture out there, so that people can speak up, so that people are, instead of isolating themselves in a cabin, interact, support, trust each other. Because I think in a lot of ways, it also has to do with trust. I can only share if I can trust you that this will not have implications or negative consequences. So how can the company embrace, encourage this kind of a culture on board?
I think what Penny mentioned, like she was saying her father was a seafarer, and again, my uncle's a seafarer. I think time has already come to really start bring the socialization on board ship. I understand there's less staff now. Half of them are working, half of them are sleeping. But I think really we need to create that socialization aspect on board ship. Until we I use the word socialization. It's sharing good things, eating together, maybe eating up, sharing jokes together, sharing a football match together, not in your room. When for example, World Cup is happening, and maybe many of the ships have good quality internet. They're seeing the World Cup football in their cabin. Why not they see the football in the crew mess together? So I think those sort of social interaction need to be back on the ship. And I, as a person very closely working with seafarer and going to the ship, I think until we do that in the next 3 to 5 years, things will be so bad in that, we are all becoming robot now, and which is so risky.
Thank you, Dr. Syed Asif. Anybody else would like to contribute to this question? How can the companies encourage, cultivate this kind of a culture through their trainings, better equipped, so that they create a culture where people trust each other to share, discuss, and spend time with each other instead of in their cabins or on their phones? The companies do something to cultivate this kind of a culture.
I think the first thing that companies need to do is to admit that there is no such culture within their company. This is the worst, or maybe this is the most difficult, because, okay, we are here from companies, so we have protocols, we have this, we have that, we are training our personnel, we have accessible support systems already in place, blah, 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 but they don't recognize 100% the need of this change. I don't know if I'm expressing in the right way what I'm trying to say here. For them, it's just, okay, everybody's saying we need to change the culture, let's adjust, let's change but they don't believe it. This is what I was trying to find the right word. They don't believe in this change of culture. So the companies need to believe first of all, and then move towards that direction. And if they really believe in this, the culture will change immediately in a high level. I'm talking now, I'm not going deeper with actions.
So would you say that right now, excuse me, are you finished, Mrs.
Yes.
Thank you. So would you say that right now, this is just a tick in the box of what companies offer? So the real change could come if the companies recognize what's missing, and they could cultivate it through different initiatives.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I think there are ways companies can support more social interaction on board, more sort of positive sort of culture on board. There are some, I mean, in the ISWAN research that they were doing on social interaction, they found that actually what was happening a lot of the time was people were so exhausted at the end of the day that they just wanted to go back to their cabins and catch up with their family on their telephones and, maybe watch a movie and go to sleep. So, and actually, so that's a fundamental, that's not even, that's kind of actually people are fatigued, they're exhausted. So again, we come back to fatigue and stress and workload, and we need to look at those things realistically, which is a tough ask for shipping companies who are profit-making commercial enterprises, but we do need to look at that. But I think also one of the things that they found was that putting or identifying an ambassador for social interaction on board the vessel was a really positive thing. So it didn't need to be a senior officer. It was somebody who was particularly, that liked that stuff essentially. So I'd be a dreadful one because I'm a bit of a sort of introvert and kind of wouldn't be good at that. But the social butterflies on board, the ones that enjoy those kinds of events, they can coordinate things, find out what people like to do, set up competitions, set up barbecues, set up World Cup competitions or what's the word, sweepstakes, that kind of thing. Companies can also do inter-fleet competitions and that kind of thing. They're very popular. There's different ways and means that it can be done. There's also a really good, I think it's called the Well at Sea app, that actually actively kind of encourages people to get involved in activities and rewards people for doing it. So there are ways to do it, but I think you're right, Sophia, it's kind of recognizing that you actually need to work at the culture on board and not just blame connectivity for the problem, that it's actually we've taken away a lot of the facilities because we've reduced the number, the amount of space available for crew, and so we need to really be thinking about how we can support social interaction on board to build that culture again.
I totally agree with Dr. Penny. Like to only to add that of course there's a model in psychology, job psychology, that we define job demand resource model, no? And exactly what Dr. Penny was saying. Sometimes the job of today drain the strength of the people on board, and they are not capable to recover from fatigue, from stress. And sometimes they only want to be on their cabin, to talk with the family, to try to rest. And this is something that is ruining the possibility to create a good crew cohesion on board. But it's a fact that before crew cohesion was a sort of protective factors for whole seamen, and it was always something really supportive. And of course, companies should work in a way that encourage to come back a little bit, yes, with activities, with something maybe coordinated by a shore, but we have to come back and to recreate social interaction on board in some way.
Okay, thank you, Michaela. And now we're coming to the end of our session here, and there are two questions. Question is, if you could change something in the industry's approach to mental wellness at sea, what would you prioritize first and why? Should I repeat the question?
No, I mean, I've got some thoughts on that, which I might dip in to get us going. And it kind of links back to the conversation just past, which I thought was very insightful. So thank you to those who contributed. But essentially, what I would want to prioritize is a flip in the status quo from seeing crew mental wellness as a cost rather than an investment. If it's seen as a cost, then it will always be difficult for a profit-making company to truly prioritize it, to truly take those actions. There are so many great things they could do, which people have mentioned here, and which so many people watching this will be aware of that could happen. But it's difficult for those to actually take place if it's seen as a sort of cost center. what it really is an investment in your crew, an investment in their well-being, which is business critical, because it will reduce delays, it will reduce accidents, so it helps protect your profitability, helps protect your reputation. And I think if you have to maybe break it down into those really simple business imperatives for companies, that is perhaps what needs to happen, because otherwise we will get to a stage where, due to lack of investment in crews, you may just not be able to get enough crews for the ships, and then it's a very different proposition entirely. So I think flipping from cost center to investment in your people, investment in your most important assets, is the sort of culture shift that I would really love to see.
Just chip in very quickly on top of that, actually I saw some really interesting research recently that showed that the top 100 companies with the highest well-being scores outperformed the stock market consistently to other organizations, so that actually it is a profitable thing to do. And the Deloitte's report have said that on average of any kind of things that you do for mental health and well-being, you get a 4.7 to 1 return on investment. So you invest £1, you get 4.7 pounds or dollars back. And actually that rises if you're looking at prevention. So it's a 6.3 return on your investment. So actually on both counts, you get a return on investment immediately, but also the company is more likely to be profitable because of greater efficiencies and effectiveness, fewer accidents, lower problems with retention and recruitment, all those kinds of things. Yeah, so I just thought I'd chip in.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Would anybody who would like to share?
If I have the power to do one thing, I would give shore leave to all seafarers. It's so pathetic to see seafarers working so hard, coming from Japan to San Francisco for 10 days of travel, and they have 24 hours in San Francisco or Portland port, and I just saw that last month, and they cannot go home. They just want to go to Walmart. They just want to go to Target and buy some clothes and chocolate their family. I think if I have the power, I would really change it tomorrow that all seafarers should go to shore leave, and I will also make sure it doesn't depend on the color of the passport. I also see that a ship come to USA, some nationality can go to the shore and some nationality cannot. This is so unfair and so stressful. I work in the same ship. I have a Bangladeshi passport, green passport. I cannot go to the shore because I am a good seafarer. I'm a qualified seafarer. I'm a second engineer. Because of the color of my passport, I cannot go shore. And a British or European or some nationality can go to the shore because they have a different color passport. So if I have power, I will tomorrow morning from 12 midnight today, there will be shore leave for all seafarers irrespective of the color of the passport.
Thank you. Would like to contribute before we are would anybody else would like to contribute before we say our goodbyes?
What could be also useful, even if today in this discussion I can see valuable colleagues of mine, strengthen the research around seafarers' psychological needs and with scientific methods, maybe using longitudinal studies to understand really and scientifically speaking what happened and what can be done also from scholars, from psychologists, and create a group of maritime psychology, if we can call us like this one, that are expert in what means being a seaman and the difficulties that this job, this unique job, bring with it.
Thank you. Very interesting ideas. Would anybody else would like to contribute? What is one thing, if you could change something in the industry's approach to mental wellness?
Only thing I echo what Said already said, like many seafarers started for the adventure and bring back the adventure in it, like forced shore leave. Give them some time off, and I guarantee that will pay itself back if the company is scared that they might miss out on time is money. But no, it's valuable. I plead for a shore leave. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. I hear interesting ideas here, shore leave, more research to understand, seafarers' psychological needs, bring adventure to the profession back. So, very, very interesting, and investing, flip the stake, go from focusing on cost and making money, profits, to investing in human beings. And I think if there's something that I take with as a moderator, and I thank you for inviting me to be on this panel as a moderator, is how important is that we connect each other and share with each other, which can be very difficult, even not only at sea, but just as people. And I think being in this panel today was wonderful. Now, on the occasion of this year's Day of Seafarer, and just a brief message that we can all take with us at the end of this session on building a more supportive and mentally healthy life at sea. In one word, what would your key message be? Or a brief sentence?
Okay, because one word would be difficult.
One word would be difficult, but a couple of words,
So mental wellness is not a luxury. It is not a trend. It is an essential part of safe, sustainable, and responsible shipping, I would say. And when we invest in seafarers' well-being, we invest in the future of our industry. This is my message.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you, Penelope.
Thank you.
To the seamen, I would like to say that when they feel not okay, is not a weakness. It's something that as human being, they feel because they are doing something very difficult. So it's not absolutely a weakness, and they deserve support, and they deserve to be heard from all of us.
Thank you, Michaela.
So for me, I would say it's okay not to be okay. There is support available for you. You are not alone.
Okay, your t-shirt is already. It's okay not to be okay, yeah? Doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
I think for
I would say
me,
bring back
sorry, Taneka, go ahead.
I would say bring back human connection, and with all the digitalization going on everywhere in the world and on board, that we forget that we are humans of all. So reconnect to each other and just be kind to each other. Even if you have a small crew, just ask somebody next to you if they're okay, and just invite them to do something.
Thank you, Taneka. Dr. Blackburn.
Yeah, I think for me, what we need to move towards is strategic and systemic approaches that are really based in the lived experience of seafarers. And so for seafarers, I would want to be saying, your well-being matters. You're the lifeblood of the industry. Please keep speaking out and asking for change and asking for what you need. And for industry, I'd be saying, please listen to seafarers, to what they're telling us. They're being pretty consistent in speaking out, and turn that listening into practical and sustainable change.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. And?
I would only add that when we don't challenge things, they become the status quo. So for both industry and crews on board, know that their contribution is absolutely vital. No ship will sail without its crew, and that is something worth remembering. So when there is something to be challenged, something to be changed, speak up, take that action, do what you can. There is support available, but sometimes it will start with the people themselves, because they really are worth it. Their contribution is absolutely priceless. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you. I wish everyone a nice afternoon. It has been an honor to be among you today. And let's all wish that we can bring even the slightest change, a ripple in the sea of seafarers' well-being. Okay, have a nice evening. Bye-bye.